Hi guys, this is Shadow. Join our Patreon and have access to tons of novels and hundreds of hours of audiobooks. Also, by selecting a tier monthly, you can request any novel you want and I can turn it to audiobook for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Enjoy.
Chapter 201, The 5 Phases of Emotive Magic. 3. I stayed in the classroom for the next 10 minutes. Since the next class wasn't going to start until the next few hours, I had a bit of time to kill. I thought about trying to train with the cue but decided against it. Maybe later. My head still felt a little light from what I had previously done. I guess I should leave. Perhaps get something to eat. I had just taken a step out of the room when a figure appeared on my right side. With her arms crossed, and her head drooping, she looked to be asleep. I would have ignored it if not for the fact that I knew her. I tapped her on the shoulder, startling her out of her sleep. Which fucker wants to die? As expected, the moment she woke up, she raised her fists and got into a fighting stance. I stood speechlessly for a moment until she blinked her eyes and regained some clarity. Oh, right. She also seemed to have recalled the reason why she was here. I was waiting for you. I wasn't surprised. Given the looks she had given me in class, I knew this was coming. Rather than not wanting her to confront her, I was forward to it. I wanted to know what exactly the percentage increase in the calamity section did. You remember? But the words that came out of her mouth were wholly unexpected to me. Remember? What was she talking about? Yes. What happened in the mirror dimension? You remember it all, right? I opened my mouth but struggled to articulate myself. This wasn't what I was expecting. Of all things, that was the last thing that I was expecting, and I found myself unable to hide my own surprise. So, I do. Frowning, I nodded my head after collecting myself. I knew it. Ira smiled. She almost seemed relieved. It was weird. I don't know what happened after those big monsters showed up. I just remember you doing something. That's when my memories end. Wait, you remember? I found myself cutting her off. If before I was surprised about her words, now I was wholly shocked. How is it possible that she remembers? Wasn't it supposed to be impossible? At least, unless Almighty gave them their memories back. How? Yes, I do. Ira scratched the back of her head. They were rather faint. But I remember. I didn't at first though, but suddenly and randomly, I remembered everything. Suddenly, and randomly? Yeah, like out of nowhere type stuff. It just happened. Pursing my lips, I didn't know how to react. In the end, I could only ask, anything else? What about it? Ira tilted her head and shook her head. No, not really. Why? I just wanted to ask if you knew anything. Oh. Despite saying that, I tried my utter best to sound as calm as possible. Is this a result of the percentage increase? The sudden regain of their memories from the incident? Do you feel anything weird? Any strange visions? Or something out of the norm? No. Why? Seeing the weird look Ira was giving me, I knew that she was either not telling me everything, or it really was everything that had happened. But seeing the look on her face, it really did seem like that was all that happened. Or she was just not saying it. No, it's nothing. Everyone forgot about their memories. And you look like the only one that didn't. I was a little surprised. Scratching the top part of my nose, I massaged my eyes and looked at my watch. The next class starts in the next few minutes. Do not be late. And then, I turned around and left. My mind was a jumbled mess and I needed some time to figure out what was happening. But at last, I found the reason why I was getting strange looks for her. The same was probably true for Oif. I wasn't sure about Evelyn. I'd have to figure that out later. But for now, this was what I had. I was glad that the penalty stopped there. Or at least, appeared to stop there. There was no substantial damage just yet. The next classroom starts in the next few minutes. Don't be late. Replaying the words he said to her before he left, Ira's lips twisted. And you said you don't want to be my teacher anymore. He was still acting like one. Clicking her tongue, Ira could only maintain her scowl for a few seconds before it relaxed. So he was the one who saved everyone. Not only that, but he didn't even take credit for it. Ira didn't know how to feel. Had it been her, she would have made sure to let everyone know that she had saved everyone, and talked about what had happened to squeeze as much as possible from the guilds. I guess he's a lot milder than he looks. She had noticed this ever since he had started to teach her, but he was rather soft. He looked cold and detached on the outside, and he was like that to some extent. However, that merely looked like some form of fake external persona to Kira. Don't know. Perhaps she was overthinking, but it really felt like there were two Julians. Ruffling her hair, she stopped when she realized what she was doing and quickly fixed her hair. Once she was done, she looked behind her with narrowed eyes. When are you going to come out? Her words were met with no response. So, it was only after Kira called out again that a figure stepped out from one of the classrooms. A smirk pulled up on Kira's face. Look at you. Stalking like usual. Him not. Appearing from the classroom was Oif, who stared at Kira with a frown. Not stalking. For some reason, she felt the need to repeat it. Kira smirked at the sight. So you really were stalking. Not much of a surprise there. You've always had this habit since you were young. Not a good habit of yours, little princess. Oif ignored her words and looked in the direction of where Julian left. So you remember as well? It was Kira's turn to be surprised. Looking at Oif, she asked, you also remember? I do. I heard your conversation. Something similar happened to me. Listening to her words, Kira had no time to hate her and frowned. Do you know exactly when you got your memories back? Yes. 1839. This. Kira frowned. That was because, shit, that's the same as me. Or at least, around then. She couldn't remember the exact time, but she did distinctively remember attending an interrogation just before, which was at around 1800 hours. The two stood in silence for a short moment. Breaking the silence was Oif, who bit her lips. Do you think anyone else knows that? I'm not sure, Kira answered truthfully. Outside of just Julian, she had been observing everyone else in class. None of them seemed to remember a thing. So just us two? I don't know. Kira shook her head. I think there might be slap. Kira felt a certain pain at the side of her cheek, and her eyes widened. Standing opposite her was Oif, who stared at her hand with a similar look of shock. She blinked her eyes. Is this why you do it? It feels strangely good. Kira opened her mouth, but the words just refused to leave. Her chest boiled shortly after, and her teeth clenched. This bitch. Then, raising her arm, she was about to retaliate when she realized her hand had stopped. You, slap. Another slap flew her way, stinging her face. Staring at her hand again, a strange smile pulled on Oif's face. It was a rare smile that Kira had never seen her make before, and the shock she felt only deepened when she started giggling. Kira's shock only heightened. This was the first time she had seen her act like a child in all the time she had known her. It threw her off for a few seconds before she clenched her teeth and forcefully freed herself from her telekinesis. Swearing, she prepared to attack Oif, but before Kira knew it, her back was already quite far. Come back here. Delilah sat in her office, surrounded by a dozen documents. They were all complaints she was preparing to file against the 15 guilds. She wasn't planning on letting the guilds off lightly after what had transpired back in the mirror dimension. She intended to extract whatever she could from them. Should I ask for money or resources? She mulled over the decision, torn between requesting resources, which would undoubtedly be useful, or money for compensation, giving the cadets more freedom in their choices. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at her door. Raising her head, Delilah's expression shifted slightly. Coming. Entering the room was a small figure with pigtails and freckles. It was none other than Favenhart, who entered the room with an amused look as she looked around. You still haven't changed, little one. I work a lot. You used to say this even when you weren't working. Delilah remained silent. It was true, but she wasn't eager to admit it. Anyways, I met up with the student you talked to me about. Finding herself a seat amidst the clutter, Faye began to discuss Julian. A rare glimmer appeared in her eyes as she spoke of him. It was the first time Delilah had seen Faye like this, but it somehow felt expected. Talented emotive mages were rare, and those with the skill often faced daunting challenges, leading many to abandon their paths prematurely. The discovery of someone with both talent and resilience must have excited Faye immensely. I've already given him a task. If all goes well, he should show improvement in the coming months. Especially, Faye paused, a rare frown creasing her brow. Delilah looked at her in confusion, preparing to ask her what was wrong, but before she could speak, Faye's expression returned to normal, and she tapped her finger on one of the papers. Choose money. You can never go wrong with money. Before Delilah could delve deeper, Faye rose from her seat and bid her farewell, leaving Delilah by herself. She hadn't even come to visit for more than a minute before she suddenly left. This type of behavior, it was so strangely in line with how she remembered her. In the ensuing silence, Delilah reflected on Faye's unusual expression, and a frown appeared on her pretty features. If there was one person she truly feared, it was Faye. Despite lacking the physical strength of the Seven Monarchs, Faye's prowess in emotive magic was formidable. For someone like her to wear such a troubled expression, not good. Chapter 202, He Looks. 1. Bremer, Megrail Estate. Atlas walked around the estate, admiring the numerous murals on the walls. Though he had seen these murals since he was a child, only now did he truly understand and appreciate their beauty. It's nice, isn't it? An older gentleman, bearing a strong resemblance to Atlas but with grey hair and a weathered face, appeared beside him. Despite his age, his yellow pupils still shone brightly as he gazed at the murals. In particular, his gaze fell on a mural depicting two massive armies clashing, one composed of humans, the other of monsters. It was a brutal fight. I can still recall the amount of blood that was spilled that day. It still haunts me to this day. Though his tone was calm, the subtle trembling in his voice betrayed his true feelings. Atlas stood silently beside him, absorbing the gravity of his words. The fight of the Seven Knights. Those words were inscribed at the bottom of the mural. It was a famous story. For 7 nights, the Megrail family along with their retainers and knights fought tooth and nail against the monsters that plagued the land. It was one of the largest battles the Megrail family had ever faced, and by the end, their power had been significantly weakened. But it had all been worth it. The war was the foundation for the creation of Bremer, the capital of the empire, and the site of the largest mirror crack. Here. This is the item you requested. Atlas turned his head to see a wooden box extended toward him. He didn't hesitate to take it. Thank you, Father. I don't know why you're so adamant about taking this, but since it's a request from my son, I decided to help you. Your brother wasn't too happy, but he trusts your capabilities. Thank you. Atlas smiled gratefully, understanding the lengths his father had gone to retrieve the box. The current emperor, his uncle, wasn't keen on sharing resources with outsiders. He believed in helping only those directly attached to the Megrail family to retain their power for future generations. It made sense to an extent. But Atlas wasn't one to care much about the political affairs of his family. He just did what he felt was right. And he felt like giving the contents of the box to someone he knew. Atlas. Yes? Raising his head to meet his father's gaze, Atlas smiled serenely. Is there anything else you need? He's here. Atlas' entire body froze. His previous serene expression shifted to one of intense focus and a hint of fanaticism. As in, the one who walks among us. He paused. He has entered our empire. The devil walks among us. The words seeped from the bald man's dry lips, the cold metallic table constraining his trembling hands. Sitting opposite him, Inquisitor Hollow frowned. His role as a temporary professor at Haven had yet to end. He was supposed to start a new class yesterday, but an unexpected situation occurred, forcing him to move all the way to the Redknapp Penitentiary. A certain person had been caught. He was classified as a person of interest regarding that organization. It was for that reason that he had been called. Hollow was the best at his job. He knew exactly what buttons needed to be pushed in order to get the words out of his targets. The devil walks among us. Hollow leaned back on his chair while drumming his fingers over the metallic table in front of him. What do you mean by that? Is that the person that you're working for? The title that you've given to your boss? Oh, no. The man shook his head. His eyes, hidden behind a pair of dark sunglasses, concealed any hint of emotion from his face. The man let out a long breath, as he tried to speak. An oppressive feeling weighed down upon his chest, suffocating him with inexplicable dread. It felt as if invisible, icy tendrils were constricting around his throat, making every breath a desperate struggle. Yet, despite the fear that gripped him, he mustered the courage to speak. The devil lurks within the mundane, concealed by the veil of the ordinary, dwelling in the very hearts of people we cross paths with every day. He thrives on the weaknesses we dare not acknowledge, feeding on our fragility, our insecurities. His voice grew hoarse as he spoke. Drip, drip. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his lips were dry as if parched by an unquenchable thirst. Still, he never stopped. The darkness that resides within each of us, our capacity for cruelty, greed, and indifference, it is this very vulnerability that makes us susceptible to his influence. Then, with a sudden, unnerving smile, he looked straight into Inquisitor Hollow's eyes. And that's what makes him all the more fearsome. He can touch anyone. Everyone, he repeated, his voice now trembling like a leaf in a storm. There doesn't exist a human whose influence he can't reach. For all of us have flaws. He suddenly laughed. He. His laugh brought an uncomfortable chill to the room. How do I know? The man's hand trembled, the sound of clinking chains echoing in the tense silence. Clank, clank. He lifted his sunglasses with deliberate slowness, unveiling two hollow white eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. Because I have seen that very devil. Clank. Inquisitor Hollow emerged from the room, his expression unreadable. How was it? Did you find anything? Awaiting him at the entrance was someone dressed similarly, the senior Inquisitor and Hallow's superior. No. Hallow's response was unusually flat, catching the attention of his superior. What's wrong? Did something happen in there? Not usually like this. Yes. Hallow responded lightly, but his mind was elsewhere, replaying the scene from before over and over again. From the words, he spoke to the expression on his face. The devil walks among us. What did that imply? Was it suggesting that his boss was hiding in plain sight? From the way he talks, it seems like this boss also thrives upon the weakness of the heart. A sudden realization struck Hallow. Could it be that he's an emotive mage? And a very powerful one at that? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The devil wasn't real. All the words he had heard were nothing but the ramblings of a fanatic. That's right, it's all nonsense. The most likely explanation was that their boss was an extremely powerful emotive mage. Yeah? Hallow muttered aloud. It can't be. And yet, as he stared at his hand, he felt his throat constricting. Why is my hand trembling so much? Woo! A gentle whistle resounded in the air. Donning a grey blazer, and a grey top hat, the man casually walked around the streets of Bremer. There were people everywhere he looked. It was a busy day today. Woo! His whistle continued to echo in the air. It was subtle, and yet, strangely alluring. But soon, his steps came to a pause as a ball appeared beneath his feet. A child came running after shortly after. Is this your ball? Picking up the ball, the man handed it to the child. It was a young child, about 8 years of age, with brown hair and green eyes. He looked to be a child from a well-off family. Yes. Is that so? Smiling, the man handed the child the ball. Do be careful with it. You might accidentally hit someone with it. Oh, yes. The child was quite polite, nodding in understanding as he took the ball from the man's hand. It was only brief, but their hands touched. And the moment the child touched the ball, he stopped. What's wrong? The man bent over and stood at eye level with the child. Drip, drip. Tears started to drip down from the child's eyes all of a sudden. Please don't cry. Taking out a handkerchief, the man handed it to the child to wipe his tears. If there's something going on, you can tell me. I have a little bit of time. Sniff, sniff. Wiping his eyes, the child looked at the man. His eyes locked onto that of the man, and words started to flow out of his mouth. Nobody wants to play with me. Hick. Is that so? Yis. Why do you think so? Because my family is rich. They said that they want to hang out with me. Is that what you think? Yis. It's not because of you, right? Me? The child blinked while looking at the man. The tears had long stopped flowing. Money should make children want to play with you. If you have money, you can use it to attract the other children to play with you. Why is it not the case for you? Ah, that's, smiling. The man placed his hand over the child. They don't want you. His tone slowly started to change, growing colder and chilling. The child looked up in a trance. They just don't like you. Not wanted. His words quietly made their way and seeped into the child's mind. Gradually, the child's expression changed. His eyes turned hollow, and his face lost all semblance of emotion. Since they don't want you, why should you want to play with them? The man's voice continued to echo. What is the point of playing with people that think worthless? Are you truly worthless, or are they the ones who are worthless for not wanting to play with you? Remember this. The man removed his hand from the child's head. Beneath every expression lies the potential for a scream. With a smile, the man's voice faded. How about you check it on them? Chapter 203, He Looks. 2. The next few days at the academy were strangely peaceful, a little too peaceful, to the point where it just started to feel like something was wrong. This sense of peace, I feel like it's been a while. Well, the feeling was short-lived. Today was the day I'd have to go out of the academy once more. It was time for me to receive my award. The acting one. It was supposed to be a rather large event that only lasted a day. I secretly hoped that nothing would go wrong. But knowing how my life was, I knew something was bound to happen. I just hoped it was something reasonable. I didn't want to fall into another illusion again. Nor did I want to face monsters that could track me through sound and were creepy to look at. There was another thing. Hopefully, I win something. I really needed the money. My rate of progress was fairly good when considering the rate of progress of the other cadets. But I was far from satisfied. I wanted more, to become even stronger. I knew that I was still lagging behind by a little compared to Leon and the top rankers. Are you ready? Greeting me at the entrance of the academy were several people. I could recognize a few, but not too well. All I knew was that they were people from the Curtain Call Collective who I had met back during the festival. Oif was also one of the people attending, dressed in a complimentary red dress. Her looks attracted the attention of all those who passed her. Despite looking normal on the outside, I could tell at a glance that she was extremely nervous. I felt compelled to say something to her. Don't worry. I thought about patting her on the shoulder but chose otherwise. Turning her head, she looked shocked to see me. But then, her expression calmed down. I was just about to tell her that she didn't need to feel nervous since she was probably not going to win when she spoke. I'm not worried. I know I'm not going to win. I just wanted to see how many votes I receive at the ceremony. With yours counted, I hope I get one more. I pursed my lips. All of a sudden, I felt like I had been slapped over and over again. Shit. It had been a memory I had almost completely forgotten about. But I didn't vote for her. That day, I had lied because I didn't want her to think that I had voted for myself. Even I knew shame. Right. I bit my tongue and my expression strained a little. You can do it. Thank you. I looked genuinely thankful, and I felt like getting slapped again. Oh shit. The location of the award ceremony was quite far. Located all the way in Roselle, a small town located near Bremer, the capital city. It took about 4 hours for us to reach the destination. It was also for that reason that the event was hosted on a weekend. It was an overnight event. A hotel was booked for us in advance, and the moment we arrived, we headed for the hotel where we dropped all of our luggage. It's not bad. The place was rather nice. Looking around, the decorations were tasteful, with elegant wallpaper and stylish furniture that created a cozy yet sophisticated ambience. The bed, with its plush pillows and luxurious comforter, looked incredibly comfortable. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to admire the room. It should be this one. Opening my bag, I quickly changed into something decent. It was a black suit with a crisp white shirt. The suit was tailored perfectly, accentuating my frame in all the right places. Nothing too complicated, but I had to admit, it looked great on me. After smoothing down my hair and ensuring it was neatly polished, I took a deep breath before heading out of the room. Finally, my money. I've stared at the mirror in front of her. She had gotten dressed before coming to the venue, applying her makeup and everything before boarding the train. The process had garnered a few odd looks, but considering it would take her hours to get ready otherwise, it was a necessary inconvenience. Taking a deep breath, she pressed her hand against her chest. She could feel her heart pounding loudly. I could hardly contain her nervousness. Despite telling herself that it wasn't anything important and that it didn't mean much, she knew she was lying to herself. This was important for her. All the effort she had put into reaching this point, it was all for validation. Even if it was just from one person, I wanted to see it for myself. It was for nobody else but herself. The door knocked suddenly, and I turned her head. It was the staff from the Curtain Collective, coming. Fixing her clothes and makeup one last time, I took another breath to calm her nerves before heading to the door. It was time for the award ceremony. The Jovink Award was a very prestigious award. Within the Empire, everyone knew about the award and what it signified. It was for this reason that the ceremony was broadcast throughout the entire Empire for the citizens to see. Upon entering the venue, my eyes were blinded by the glittering chandeliers and the lights that illuminated every corner. The venue was packed, with beautiful women and handsome men milling about, adding to the opulent atmosphere. For a brief moment, the venue hushed a significant amount. I felt the gazes of many people fall on me in particular. The same was true for Oif, though not as intensely. I felt like an animal in a zoo exhibit and my brows furrowed slightly. I was just about to say something when a woman appeared. There you are. I recognized her instantly. As the scriptwriter of the play, she was someone I knew all too well. Her gaze felt unusually intense, almost burdensome. It was strange enough to make me shudder slightly. I'm glad that you were all able to make it on time. Although she tried to address everyone, it was clear that she was addressing me. Her attitude was quite a bit different than compared to the past. She had never been so eager before. Nonetheless, it didn't bother me and I nodded my head in acknowledgement. Here, let's go take our seats. The event will be starting shortly, and I'm sure you don't want to spend too much time interacting with the other people. And so, tugging me by the arm, she dragged me all the way towards a different area where a brightly lit stage appeared. Beneath the stage were multiple chairs where dozens of well-dressed people sat down. From the way some people reacted, they appeared to be some big shots of the showbiz industry, and their looks certainly added to that testament. But despite how hard I tried, I couldn't recognize a single person. Please have a seat over here. This is your seat. Olga pointed towards a certain seat and I sat down. I followed right behind and sat on the seat next to me on the right while Olga sat on the left. As I sat down, I couldn't help but notice the subtle trembling in Oif's lips and my lips twitched. How should I fix this? If it was revealed that she got no votes, would the calamity percentage increase? The thought made me shudder. Currently, besides the quest failure, there was no real indicator as to what factor affected the calamity percentage increase. I wanted it to just be the quest failures, but I very well knew that there were other facts at play. The quest was probably there to tell me the situation rather than increase their percentages. As I was saying, there's something that I'd like to talk to you about after this. If you don't mind, can you spare me some time? Later, coming out of my thoughts, I heard Olga's voice coming from my left. Turning my head, I was confused. What does she want to talk to me about? I could only think of a few possibilities, and I shook my head. I'm sorry, but I don't think he'll be able to perform again. Let's discuss this later before you reject. At least hear me out. Is that okay? This might be extremely beneficial for you as well. I took a moment to stare at her for a few seconds. Something extremely beneficial for me as well? I couldn't help but become interested then. While I wasn't sure if what she said was true, and whatever she had planned was truly beneficial to me, it would only take me a few minutes to hear her out. I didn't see why not. If in the end, it truly did end up beneficial for me, then it was all good. I was especially in need of a lot of money. If that opportunity allowed me to gain some money, then, clap, 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 a sudden round of applause grabbed my attention, and when I looked around, everyone was clapping, some even standing. I was wondering why, and I soon found the reason. Standing on the stage was a middle-aged man with a well-trimmed beard and black hair. His blue eyes seemed extremely dashing, and the moment he appeared, he seemed to suck the attention of all those around. "Thank you everybody. Thank you everybody." Upon entering the stage, he started thanking everybody while bowing his body slightly. I didn't know who he was, but judging from the reception amongst the crowd, he was probably a highly accomplished person within this industry. As expected, the moment I started wondering this, I've whispered something in my ear. "He's a 4-time award winner, Jeremy Lynch. He's regarded as the best actor of our generation." Surprised, I turned to look at Oif, who seemed a little pale. "I figured you wouldn't know, so thank you." She was right, I really didn't know him. But after hearing about his accolades, I knew why everyone was receiving him so warmly. Gradually, the claps died down, and silence enveloped the theater. Clack-clank. The stage lights shone, and the lights across the venue dimmed. With a smile on his face, Jeremy's blue eyes scanned across the entire venue before his lips pulled up into a smile. "Thank you very much for allowing me to host the 27th Jovink Award. It is a great honor for me, and skipping all the unnecessary formalities, I would like to announce the official start of the event." And just like that, the award ceremony kicked off. Chapter 204, He Looks. 3. The award ceremony had a structure that was reminiscent of similar events of the past. It would start off with a monologue by the presenter, who was usually a famous star to set the mood, and following that, the awards would finally be revealed. There were a couple of awards that I was lined up for: the Best Rookie Award, and the Best Supporting Actor Award. I didn't think I'd be able to win the Rookie Award, but I was confident in my chances of winning the Best Support Actor Award. From what I was told, the monetary value of a single award was 100k rand. That was a lot of money. Clap, clap, clap. The claps served as a reminder of when to focus my attention back on the ceremony. With the present now gone, it was time for the award ceremony to start. Immediately, the atmosphere turned tense, and the noise and laughter died down. The lights on the stage grew brighter, while the lights on the seats grew dimmer. Tack, tack. Breaking the silence was the gentle sound of heels clicking against the wooden floor of the stage as a figure walked over to the center of the stage. Yet again, I didn't know who she was, but at a glance, she was stunning. With well-proportioned features and long flowing yellow hair, she was especially eye-catching. Most likely, some famous actress. Didn't care. I care more about my award. My money. Thank you everyone. I will now be starting the award ceremony. For the first award, I will be nominating the candidates for the best script and revealing the discussed grade. The air around me grew tense. Looking around, I could see heavy tensions on the faces of those belonging to the Curtain Call Collective. I could see just how nervous they were. For the first nominee, we have A Fool's April, written by Chris Patslamella. A projection appeared in the middle of the stage, displaying a few highlights of the play. The display was met with a round of applause. Next up was another play, and the same situation repeated, displaying a few footage of the play before the place would be swept by the applause of the audience. I also clapped for the sake of it. And last but not least, the woman's head raised as her lips pulled up faintly. Enigma of the Midnight Manor, written by the well-renowned Olga. The display changed, and I was able to catch a glimpse of my face. Staring at it, I felt a weird emotion course through my body. The person on the screen did look at me, but at the same time, looked so different. I had never noticed it before since I had never watched the play, but I really had done a good job. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd also seemed to think so, as the claps were a lot louder than compared to the other plays. That was when I knew what the result would be. And as expected, taking out the envelope in her hand, the results were quickly announced. And the winner is, after a brief and tense pause, she announced, Enigma of the Midnight Manor with 5,447 votes. The best script rankings won. Enigma of the Midnight Manor votes, 5,447 2. Scary Crossfire votes, 4,536 3. A Fool's April votes, 3,633 4. Whispers of the Night votes, 3,331 5. Blue Ocean Cry votes 2,629 6. Ordinary Graver votes, 2,429 7. Outlaws of the World votes, 2,227. Congratulations. Woo, clap, clap, clap. The crowd and the people around us grew crazy and frantic at the announcement, with many congratulating Olga, and the staff with wide smiles. It was all good, but, crap. The only thing I was focused on was the large board at the back that displayed the number of votes at the back, and found myself turning to look to my right where Oif was sitting. She too was looking at the board with an absent-minded look. I licked my lips at the sight. Thank you everyone. This is such a great honor for me. Olga started off her speech in the middle of the stage. The overall speech wasn't long, but it was mainly boring. There was a lot of talk about how much she worked for all of this and her childhood. It was a good thing that it didn't last for very long, as she quickly found her way back to the seat next to me. Congratulations. Nice. Even as she sat, people continued to congratulate her. I also congratulated her, but found myself to be sitting on pins and needles. From time to time, I'd find myself glancing at Oif. Why did I even do that? There was so much that I regretted, but it's not like I could just tell her I was voting for myself. I groaned internally, and before I knew it, several other awards were given out. You all look tired already, huh? Appearing on the stage was the same person who had appeared at the start. Jeremy Lynch. He wore a peculiar smile on his face as he held onto an envelope in his hand. It is now time that we get to the main event, and it will also be with great honor for me to be the one to make the announcement. Wiping his forehead, he looked at the crowd. I know just how nervous some of you are. I've been on the receiving end multiple times. It certainly feels different to be the one announcing. I don't feel so nervous like the previous times. Ha ha ha. His words lightened up the mood which had otherwise tensed. I too was somewhat tense. I knew that this was going to be my category, and for that reason, I felt a little nervous. I need to win this. That money, I wasn't sure how many times I had said it, but I really needed it. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait for long. I will now announce the nominees for Best Supporting Actor. The projection at the back changed. A face appeared, with multiple fine words under his belt. The first nominee is Casey Jacobs, who played Eric Brown in A Fool's April. What came after the announcement was a small display of his acting in the performance. It followed the same formula, and a few other names were announced shortly after that. It didn't take long for my name to be announced. And last but not least, Julian Darker Revenues, who played the role of Azarias in Enigma of the Midnight Manor. I felt the recording devices lock onto me the moment that my name was announced. The same was true. Some other people sat near me as they turned to look at me. I tried my best to act normal, but gazes were rather burdensome. That feeling only intensified once the winner was announced. And the winner is... The announcer's gaze fell on me. Julian Darker Revenues. The Best Supporting Act rankings 1. Julian Darker Revenues votes, 3,794. 2. Casey Jacobs votes, 3,356. 3. Evelyn Harper votes, 3,101. 4. Liam Chandler votes, 2,987. 5. Sophia Langford votes, 2,226. 6. Jackson Monroe votes, 1983. 7. Amelia Whittaker votes, 1772. Outside of the gazes, I felt a heavy load lift off my shoulders the moment that my name was announced. Congratulations. Wow. So young, and yet already received a Jovink Award. I'm envious. The claps resounded throughout the entire theater room and accepted them calmly. Standing up from my seat, I adjusted my clothes and headed for the stage, where I received my award. Here you go. Congratulations. Thank you. The reward felt light to the touch. It didn't weigh much and was coated in a layer of gold. Accepting the reward, I stood at the center stage, where I felt the gazes of everyone in the room present. The claps had died down, and absolute silence covered the place. The only sound I could hear was the very sound of my own breath. I was supposed to give a speech, right? Speech. I had prepared one in advance, but it wasn't very long. Still, unless I wanted to make everyone my enemy, I needed to say something. It is a bye. Clap. My speech was halted by the sudden sound of a clap in the far-off distance. Taken aback, I looked in the direction of where the noise came from. clap. Another clap resounded, and that was when my eyes fell on a figure sitting in the middle row. I felt my breath catch in my throat the moment that my eyes laid on the figure, with his figure leaning forward slightly, and his face covered by a hat, only allowing me to catch a glimpse of his blonde hair. I felt sudden chills run down my body. Clap. The clap resounded again. It spread through every nook and cranny of the room. But the creepiest part of it all was the lack of reaction from the crowd. When I looked at them, they all appeared to be confused, as some started to whisper with one another while they looked at me. It was as if he didn't exist in their eyes. My entire body stiffened at the realization. Clap. The clap sounded again, and I turned to look in the figure's direction. Clap. Clap. The claps grew louder and faster. So did my very own heartbeat. Clap. 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 The claps picked up speed again. Sweat started to drip down the side of my face. I couldn't breathe. It was as if my breath had been snatched, robbed away from me. Notifications flashed across my vision, flooding it non-stop. The only thing I could do was stare at the figure that was clapping in the distance. I couldn't take my eyes away. Clap. 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 He continued to clap. From the corner of my vision, I could see the crowd starting to speak out loud. And yet, I couldn't hear anything at all. My only focus was on the man that sat in the distance. He was the sole focus of my attention. Ha. Unknowingly, my breath started to quicken. And then, the clapping finally stopped. Blinking once, the man disappeared and the noise surrounding the place returned. So did my breath. Ha. Standing in the middle of the stage in my hand, I felt a sudden sense of impending crisis. Who in the world was that? Chapter 205, Whistle, 1. I stood in the middle of the stage with my breath caught in my throat. My mind was a jumbled mess, and the world around me appeared to spin. I could hardly focus on what was ahead of me as sweat trickled down the side of my face. My legs felt weak, and wherever I looked, I'd see the faces of the audience staring at me with looks of confusion. It was a strange feeling. I couldn't quite describe it. I was there and yet didn't feel there. All I could think about was the man who had been clapping just moments after. What was that? From the overall relaxed attitude, and its presence, I could only think of one person, and I forgot to breathe. Excuse me. I was only able to snap out of by a certain tug at my shoulder, and when I looked, Jeremy, the one who had handed me the award, appeared beside me. Is everything all right? Yes. Though I said that, I was anything but okay. I could hardly think or move. It took every part of me to keep myself on the stage. It's all right to be nervous. Everyone is watching you. Please give the speech. We also don't have a lot of time. I understand. His words were a bit hazy to me, but I nonetheless understood them. Turning to face the crowd again, I opened my mouth and started to say the words that I had rehearsed beforehand. It wasn't a long speech. It was in fact a lot shorter than the rest of the candidates, but it was good enough. The moment I finished, the crowd began to clap, 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 clap. Rather than joy, I felt chills run down my body the moment the clapping started. I was suddenly reminded of the scene that had happened moments prior and my entire body shuddered. I need to go down. The longer I stayed on the stage, the weirder I felt. Walking down the flight of stairs, I tried my best to keep myself composed. It was hard, really hard, but I was somehow able to do so. Congratulations. Well done. You deserve it. Your performance was outstanding. The people around me started to whisper words of congratulations. On any normal occasion, I would have thanked them, but I was in no state to do so. Are you okay? Sitting down, I heard Oif's voice coming from my right. I didn't turn to look at her and just handed her my trophy. Keep it. Oif sounded stunned by my actions. I couldn't blame her, but at the same time, I really couldn't care less about the trophy. I cared more about the money. That was all that mattered to me. Take it as an apology from me. But, this, I don't need it. You deserve it. The awards we were nominated for were different. My role had been bigger than hers. It was for that reason that I was nominated in the Best Supporting Actor section. She on the other hand was only eligible for the Best Extra award. A certain minute was required for Best Supporting, which she didn't meet. But I didn't really think it mattered. In the grand scope of things, it was an acting award, and she had been great. Even if you don't end up winning, You did great. I've turned quiet after that. I didn't know what sort of expression she was making, nor could I care enough to know. Sitting down on my seat, my entire body was tense. Grabbing onto the sides of the chair, I remained unmoved while the sound of my very own heartbeat drummed loudly within my mind. Bar, thump, bar, thump. The event proceeded from then on. Awards were given out, and speeches were given. I've sat on her seat while staring at everything that was happening. Her previously nervous mind had calmed down somewhat as she lowered her head to stare at the trophy in her hand. Even now, she didn't understand why he had given it to her. You deserve it. His words repeated in her mind. Like a broken record, they continued to echo in her mind as she stared at the trophy in her hand. The trophy wasn't very big. It fit snugly in her hand, and it was cold to the touch. I've had mixed emotions while staring at the trophy. A part of her really wanted it. She wanted to accept it. But, I don't want it to be this way. What she really wanted was to get the award with the aid of her own skill. But it wasn't as though she wasn't happy. Little, I guess. Next up, we will be announcing the results of the Best Supporting Actress. I've unconsciously found her back straightening at the category. This was her category. She had no expectations about her ranking, but she wanted to see just how many people had voted for her in the end. How many people had seen the effort that she had put into her performance. For the first nominee, we have written by Cassandra James, who played the role of Alex in When the Night Falls. The projection changed, and an actress appeared in it. There were several scenes played out, and when I've stared at the scene being played, she could only bitterly smile. She could see the clear differences between her and a real actress. But even then, I've turned her head slightly, her eyes peeking at the man who sat next to her. Compared to him, I've pursed her lips. There was nothing that she needed to say about his performance. The fact that he had won was a testament to that. For the second nominee, we have, the nominees continue to be mentioned, their faces appearing on the projection behind them. I've sat by her seat with an impassive expression. She couldn't show her nervousness. At the very least, she didn't want the world to know just how much she cared about this. At least, not her family. And lastly, we have I've K. Meg Rayl, who played the role of Emily in Enigma of the Midnight Manor. When her name was called up, I felt her back straighten further. Multiple gazes fell on her, and she appeared on the projection at the center of the stage. Compared to the other candidates, her role was a lot smaller, with few scenes, but staring at herself in the projection, I felt her heart beating faster. That was her. She was good, really good. And the award goes to, maybe. Hope started to kindle within her chest. Could it be that perhaps Cassandra James? I've's helps were quickly dashed at the winner's announcement. Clap, clap, clap. She looked blankly at the stage while her surroundings bloomed with the sounds of applause. It took her a moment to snap out of it, and she soon followed the rest with the applause. Right, this is to be expected. She was a little disappointed, but this was the expected result. Soon, the chart tally appeared. The Best Supporting Actress rankings: 1. Cassandra James votes, 5,617. 2. Leela Harrington votes, 4,981. 3. Isabella Cortez votes, 4,777. 4. Fiona Blackwood votes, 3,091. 5. Miles Anderson votes 19,076. Ethan Ramirez votes 1759. 7. I've K. Meg Rayl votes. 1. Scanning the rankings, I felt her heart drop. 1 vote. Her grip over the award tightened slightly. While it wasn't out of her expectations, it still hurt a bit. No, rather, it was a little humiliating. Was her acting that bad? Were her efforts really that meaningless in the end? I've bit her lips and struggled to keep herself composed. But it was hard, really hard. The only thing that was keeping her from breaking down was the 1 vote that she received. It was just 1, and while she knew who had voted for her, it was more than enough to keep herself composed. And it was also then that she realized, that's right, I'm not the only one who put effort into this. Looking up at the stage, and seeing the recipient of the award, Cassandra, receive it with tears in her eyes, Oi, I felt a little bit of her gloom vanish. Why did I even think for a second that I was the only one who put on effort in the role? The people who had all been nominated had been in the industry for far longer than she had. On the other hand, she was just a newbie who had spent at most a couple of weeks in the role. Were her effort and their efforts truly the same? No, they were not. It was this realization that made Oi calm down. Taking a deep breath and leaning against her chair, she finally was able to muster up a smile and started clapping alongside the audience as the winner's speech came to an end. Clap, clap, clap. As she clapped, she held tightly on the trophy in her hand. At least, she knew that there was one person who thought her acting was great. The unlikeliest of people. The award ceremony lasted for a total of 3 hours. I sat in my seat while blankly staring at the stage the entire time. My thoughts continued to drift towards the scene from before, and I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of dread creeping from the deepest parts of my body. Julian. It crawled towards my chest, slowly entangling every part of my heart. It felt suffocating, and looking around, everything felt so constricted. Julian. Startling me out of my thoughts was Olga, who was staring at me with concern. Are you okay? Do you need some fresh air? Yes. Looking around, I saw that there were hardly any people left around me. The show must have ended some time ago. I had just stood up from my seat when Olga tugged me on the shirt. I have something to talk to you about. You remember, right? Oh, right. Let's go outside. I'd rather keep this between us. I tilted my head slightly, confused by her words. Nevertheless, I followed her out of the building and took a deep breath of the fresh air that lingered outside. This is good. Looking around and seeing no one around, Olga sighed in relief before she looked at me with a smile. Julian. There's something that I'd like to ask of you. I narrowed my eyes without saying anything. I was just waiting for her to finish. How would you like to perform as areas in the 4 Summit event? Her words took me aback. Me? Perform? I know that you're also participating, which is why I won't ask you to practice with us. I'd just like it if you took part in the play. You will be paid a good sum. I will be paid. I pushed any thought of rejection to the side. Oh, yes. How much exactly? Well, usually around 20,000, but for you, I can make it more. What do you think? As if she had realized my weakness, Olga's smile deepened. I pursed my lips and inwardly sighed. I can't reject this offer. That was how much I was in desperate need of money. I really wanted to buy a new manual to improve my strength. Can you give me some time to think about it? Still, I didn't recklessly jump into the situation, which Olga was fine with. Of course. Patting onto my shoulder, she put on her coat. Take as much time as you want. We still have a lot of time before the summit. You know where to contact me. And with that, she left. As her back gradually faded from my view, I shook my head. Who would have thought I'd have to act again? Bitterly shaking my head, I walked back towards where the hotel was located. The streets were strangely empty as I walked, with the only sound that I heard being the rhythmical sound of my footsteps clicking against the ground. At least, that was until, I heard a whistle, and the hair at the back of my neck rose. Chapter 206, Whistle, 2, the whistle pierced the air, and every hair at the back of my neck stood on end. My head snapped back to where the noise came from. But to my shock and horror, there was no one standing behind me. And yet, the whistle persisted, echoing in the air, seeping into the depths of my mind as my breathing grew rougher. Each breath felt harder than the last. What are you doing? Suddenly, something pressed against my shoulder, and my heart almost leapt out of my chest. I barely kept myself from flipping out due to the familiarity of the voice. It was Almighty. There's nothing. Nothing? Confused, I looked into its 2 red eyes. What do you mean nothing? Can't you hear the whistling? Whistling? Almighty's head tilted. There is no whistling, human. You have been acting strange for quite a while. Judging from the paler shade of your skin, your dilated pupils, and rough breathing, you must be experiencing fear. Indeed, I was. There was no denying it. The notifications popping up in my vision served as proof. But that wasn't important at the moment. Are you sure that there's no one? Yes, flapping its wings, Almighty lifted into the air and looked around before returning. There is nothing. I don't feel anything either. It was strange, but the moment Almighty appeared, the whistle stopped. So did the strange feeling that engulfed me. Despite that, I didn't relax for a second. Knowing very well just how strong that person was, I knew it was likely Almighty couldn't sense him. But what did it even matter if he could? That person, he wasn't someone we could fight. Knowing that, my steps felt heavy as I walked the familiar path to the hotel. I didn't rush, it would be pointless. If it was really him, then, who? I took a deep breath and stared at the night sky. This is messed up. The entire situation was. Hey. Unknowingly, I found myself laughing as I headed for the hotel entrance. As expected, I really need to stay at the academy. Nothing major may have happened at the ceremony, but I would rather had that than what I had experienced. Any day. Thankfully, no new situation arose following the strange whistle that I heard last night. With that being said, I was hardly able to get any sleep. Every little noise startled me out of my sleeping state. Please don't forget about what we've talked about. Yes, I understand. We stood at the entrance of the train station. Olga, the scriptwriter, continued to talk to me about our previous discussion, requiring several nods of confirmation to finally get her to leave me alone. Don't forget. I will make sure to contact you. Her lively demeanor seemed out of place to me, but I could understand her excitement. The Four Empire Summit was a prestigious event, and I was meant to participate in it as well. While I wasn't exactly sure about the event's details, I knew the Empire placed particular importance on it. The reason I knew this was because of the reward they offered for my participation. The Dragon Bone. It was all that occupied my thoughts on the way back to the academy. Or at least, until someone took my attention away. Looking ahead, my lips twitched. Holding on to the trophy that I had given her last night, I've nonchalantly wiped it with a tissue while she hugged it in her hands. That was fine. It was weird but still manageable. But the singing was not. It felt as though my eardrums were being ruptured. She was lucky that there was no one else in the cabin with us. My pain tolerance was high, but there were limits to torture. Clank. Hip. The door of the cabin opened abruptly, the attendant entering with a worried expression. Looking around, she scanned the place before tilting her head. Strange. Narrowing her eyes, she covered her mouth. I thought I heard the sound of glass breaking here. Looks like it was just me. She looked at us apologetically. I do apologize for that. I received several reports from people about someone trying to break the window from this room. It looks like the reports were false. Clank. The door closed shortly after and silence ensued. I've looked at me. Her face was entirely red to the point where it perfectly matched her hair. She was the first one to break the silence as a complicated look marred her face. It wasn't that bad, right? What? My singing. It wasn't that bad, right? What? I've blinked her eyes and repeated. My singing. I cut her off while pointing at my ears. Sorry, I can't hear. I've looked at me with a face that seemed as though she had eaten shit. Click. A strange clicking sound echoed within the room, startling who looked at me with widened eyes. Not minding her, I looked at the object in my hand, which bore an uncanny resemblance to an old camera. The difference was that it operated on mana, and a picture soon appeared. I grabbed onto the picture before flapping it in the air. I did that twice before the image became clear. This is good. As expected, this was a good purchase. It cost me a whopping 200 rend. Worth it. I couldn't count the amount of times I regretted not being able to take pictures of the faces Leon and the others made. This was a must-purchase accessory. And it was already living up to the money that I had spent. Give me that. I've tried to reach for it, but I didn't let her and moved the picture away. Hey. I shook my head. Whatever you say, I can't hear you. Her face scrunched up further. Click. From that point forward, the ride back was a quiet one. I've tried to wrestle the picture out of my hands, even going as far as using her powers, but I wasn't the same person as the past me. I could now handle that much and was able to keep the pictures safely secured. I eventually gave up and the ride turned quiet. So quiet that it was kind of awkward. The entire time, Wife didn't say a thing as she chewed on her hair while staring at the ever-changing scenery outside of the train. Upon arrival, she picked up her luggage and directly left without saying a single word. Was I too harsh? Staring at her back, I felt a little guilty, but only slightly. I was the true victim here. My ears. Did I even have ears at this point? Welcome back. Greeting me at the entrance of the academy was an unusual person. Atlas, the last one to arrive. He was by himself, with no one else in sight. In his hands was a small wooden box, and the moment my eyes laid on it, I felt my heart skip a bit. It couldn't be. Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. Atlas laughed while handing over the box to me. This is the reward. I was quick, wasn't I? He was. Delilah had told me he'd have to wait a bit, but this was a lot faster than I expected. It was a pleasant surprise. Can I take it? Reaching out, I took the wooden box. It felt cool to the touch, and its coarse texture rubbed against my fingertips as I held it tightly in my grasp, afraid of letting it fall. Don't open it here. We don't want anyone to see what you're receiving, and the pressure, in general, I would say that it's not a good idea. I understand. Holding back on my temptation, I took a deep breath and put the box away. I thought that would be it when Atlas handed me a couple of other things. Here, take this as well. This is? I looked to see several pills in his hands. You might never know what happens when you absorb a bone of this degree. You may be strong mentally, but that doesn't mean nothing wrong will happen. Take these as precautions. They should be able to give you a little boost. Thank you. I took the pills and gratefully looked at Atlas. For someone who was supposed to belong to an evil organization, he was sure nice to me. Well, that's probably because I'm capable. If not, then he was probably not going to act like this with me. It was just how things were. And I was fully using this advantage for myself. Well, off you go. It's still the weekend, so you should absorb the bone while you have time. We wouldn't want you skipping classes. With a light, Atlas said a few other things, mainly about what I should do, and not do before eventually leaving. I expect to hear good news soon. He left as fast as he came. Standing by the entrance of the academy, I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. Finally I had received the dragon bone. It had been weighing down on my mind for quite some time, to the point where I remembered going a couple of times without sleep. I was having a hard time containing my excitement. Don't absorb the bone. All of a sudden, Almighty appeared in front of me. He was staring in the direction of where I had put the wooden box. I can sense a very powerful aura hiding within the bone. It is a lot more powerful than me. What sort of creature does this bone belong to? Almighty seemed genuinely curious about the bone. I was just about to answer when it spoke again. Never mind that. You should go back to your apartment first. I need to tell you something about the bone before you absorb it. Okay. Despite my confusion, I decided to comply with Almighty's words. It definitely knew more about the bone than me. I didn't see what harm there was for me to listen to what it had to say, and thus, making sure that the bone was safely secured, I headed back to the dorms. Chapter 207. The Indomitable Will. 1. Clank. I closed the door behind me and sat down on the ground, opening the wooden box to reveal the dragon bone. The bone wasn't big, about the size of my fist, and was entirely grey in color with purple runes surrounding it. The moment I opened the box, an oppressive feeling surrounded the room. It made it hard to breathe. I also felt it, but I wasn't so sure it was due to the bone. Poppers. It was out of excitement. What should I do? Rather than diving immediately and transfusing the bone in I turned to my right to look at Almighty, who was staring at the bone with a rare apprehension. I do not know how you were capable of getting your hands on such a powerful bone, but you should be careful. I know that much. There was still a will left within the bone. From what I knew, I needed to overcome it with my mental resilience before transfusing the bone in me. I was confident in being able to do that. Did you stop me from absorbing the bone because you wanted to tell me this? Well, it wasn't as though I was going to absorb it back then. Ample preparations needed to be made before transfusing the bone. I was done with most of the preparations already and was just waiting for Almighty to say his piece before jumping into it. Since Atlas is confident he'll be able to make it, there shouldn't be any problems. That's not the case. Almighty flapped its wings and hovered above the bone, resting its feet against the wooden case. Casually staring at the bone, Almighty began to say, "I'm not worried about your ability to absorb the bone. You should be able to do so with your abilities. I can help if you can't handle it." "You can?" "Yes." Almighty nodded quietly. "You might struggle a bit since the creature it belongs to is quite powerful, but since I am a manifestation of my own will, I can directly interfere if anything occurs. That's not the problem." "Then, are you just satisfied absorbing the bone?" Almigthi's sudden words caught me by surprise. "Just satisfied?" What did it mean by that? "You will gain an innate ability once you fuse with the bone, and your strength might increase a little bit." Shouldn't that normally be the case? It was what happened last time and with Almighty too. The only difference between the first time and Almighty was that he appeared. Such a thing didn't happen with my first bone. And, realization suddenly dawned on me and my eyes widened. "You couldn't be saying?" "Yes, it is possible." My heart tightened. Its body may no longer exist, but its will still remains. "If you are capable enough, you might be able to manifest its will just like you did with me. The only difference between me and this creature is that I did it willingly." "You must convince it through your abilities." "If you can convince it, then you will be able to summon it." Swallowing my saliva, I licked my lips which had suddenly become dry. My mind started to run 1,000 different thoughts, making it hard for me to think properly. It took me several seconds to collect my thoughts, and when I did, I looked at Almighty and asked, "What are the benefits of having a separate will?" "Benefits?" Almighty looked at me with a strange expression. "You should be well aware of that already." Though Almighty said that, its wing had already moved and the entire room started to change at its will, and the mana inside of my body started to drain. If a few seconds ago I was in my apartment, I was now standing in the middle of a tall forest surrounded by trees from all sides. The canopy of leaves above me blocked most of the light, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through. It looked especially real. My powers may be limited, but using your mana, I am capable of using my old skill at will. In essence, you can act independently. Correct. And how many of your skills can you use? Just the one that you have. I see. I took a deep breath. This wasn't the first time that I had seen Almighty perform the skill. Back then, I had been more absorbed in the ability that I had acquired to realize that it could use the skill as well without any problems. If that was the case, I turned to look at the dragon bone nestled in the wooden box in front of me. Can I manifest another will? The thought made my heart race. Wills, it was a foreign concept for me, and most of the world. I didn't think it was something that I had discovered, nor was I the first one to do such a thing. But the fact that most people didn't know about it suggested that it was a well-kept secret. I couldn't blame them considering how powerful of a concept it was. It was also extremely dangerous. It was one thing defeating the will left behind in a bone, but to make it agree to become a will, that was probably the hardest part. "Are you ready?" Almighty's voice startled me out of my thoughts. Lifting my head, I licked my lips for a brief moment before settling my gaze over the bone. Looking at it now, I suddenly felt a lot more nervous. My thoughts were made up. Recalling what had happened yesterday, I knew that I was running out of time. I had no choice but to do this, even if it put me in a lot more danger. Strength, I was in desperate need of it. And thus, yes, am ready. Taking out the pills that Atlas had given me, I quickly chewed on them before extending my hand to reach out for the dragon bone. A warm sensation coursed through from my hand the moment that I touched the bone. At first, it was comfortable, but the more that I held it, the hotter the sensation started to become. It got to the point where it started to burn, sizzle. But I made no sound and closed my eyes and the world turned dark. This pain, it was nothing. I could handle this much. If it made me stronger, I was willing to bear such pain. Taking a deep breath, I started channeling my mana into the bone. That was when my world changed. In the blink of an eye, the darkness was swept away, replacing it with a world of white. Swoosh, a breeze wafted through the air, and I hugged my body. It's cold. Looking around, I found myself standing on what appeared to be a large, snow-covered mountain. A cold chill permeated the surroundings, relentlessly carrying through the world as it seeped into my very bones. Accompanying the chill was an eerie and unsettling silence that was shattered by Almighty's voice. The cold isn't real. Nothing about this world is real. This is merely the mental space of the creature the bone belongs to. Carry forward and fit it. Yes. Despite its words, the cold never eased. Rather, it got worse and my lips started to tremble. Scrunch, scrunch. My steps sunk into the snowy plains as I trudged forward. The surroundings were enormous, and on any normal occasion, I wouldn't be able to tell where to go, but it was different here. Moving forward, I headed towards the very peak of the snowy mountain. There was something at the very top that seemed to be calling for me. Scrunch, scrunch. It was powerful and extremely oppressive, and yet, I couldn't stop myself from moving towards it. I want it. Such power. I need it. The cold that embraced my body started to feel a lot less intrusive, and before I knew it, the cold stopped bothering me. The only thing in my mind was the powerful presence that stood at the top of the mountain. Scrunch, scrunch. I marched through the snow, ignoring the cold, ignoring the trembling of my body and the icicles that started to form beneath my chin. My steps slowed down the deeper I headed, but they never stopped. I continued to climb up. Time seemed to flow endlessly, and I lost track of myself, as if I was in a trance. I continued to move up towards the presence that was calling out for me, and, scrunch, my steps came to an eventual stop. I had long lost all feelings in my body. The cold had already seeped into the deepest parts of my body. But none of that mattered. It's good to see you again. Staring at the creature ahead of me, I found myself smiling. It had been a while since I had last seen it. With its eyes closed, it was resting on top of the snow. Steam rose from its nostrils with each breath that it took, and I had to crane my neck to get a proper look at its entire frame. It was large, just as I remembered. What a powerful monster. Almighty's voice echoed from next to me. It was looking at the rock dragon with a rare wariness. You are lucky. For such a creature to still be stuck at the terror rank, something must have happened that prevented it from reaching the top. Otherwise, it would have long broken through to destroy a rank, and be near the primordial rank. I knew the story already. I had seen it all. What now? I stared at the creature ahead. It was resting like it had been back in Elna. It didn't look conscious, but I didn't for 1 second let that lower my guard. Let me handle this part. Hopping off of my shoulder, Almighty jumped down to the snow and moved its tiny body forward, only stopping a few inches away from the dragon. It stood in silence like that until a change occurred, and the surroundings started to rumble. Rumble, rumble. A low draconic cry echoed in the air, shattering the silence, and the dragon's eyes flickered open to reveal its majestic eye as it locked onto Almighty and me. In that moment, my entire body froze and my body stopped moving. What? Shocked, I looked at Almighty, who also seemed frozen. Before I could get any words out, Almighty's voice echoed in my mind. You've made a grave mistake. Almighty's voice was especially grave as it echoed in my mind. It almost seemed panicked. Its mental resistance, panicked. It's far higher than yours. Rumble, rumble. The dragon's wings flapped open, casting a long shadow over the surroundings as its body started to rise. This isn't something that you can absorb. Chapter 208. The Indomitable Will. 2. Almighty's words pressed down on my mind like bolts of lightning, numbing my mind for a couple of seconds as I struggled to understand what it was trying to say. Mental resilience higher than mine? Shouldn't the bone dragon be a terror ranked 1? Even if its mental resilience was greater than that of his rank, which was very possible considering that I was the living proof of that, how could its mental resilience be higher than mine? If there was one thing that I didn't lose out to anyone about, it was my mental resilience, which was extremely high with a score of 8.23. I was confident in it, and was why I felt confident in my ability to subdue the will and make it my own. The same was true for Atlas and Delilah. They too were comfortable with giving the dragon bone to me given how high my mental resilience was. And yet, it was telling me that its mental resilience was higher than mine? How? How is this possible? Rumble, rumble. The surroundings continued to shake, and the cold continued to pierce at my skin. I stood rigidly on the spot, unable to move a single muscle of my body as I stared at the imposing figure ahead of me. Its presence loomed over the entire surroundings, covering every inch of it. Sniff, sniff. The dragon's nostrils flared open as it sniffed the air. Well, the dragon spoke, its voice a deep, resonant rumble that reverberated through the air like distant thunder. As it spoke, a sinister hiss accompanied the start of every S, a familiar smell. The tension in the air was palpable as the dragon's massive head loomed closer, its fiery eyes locked onto me. Thump, thump. It moved around me, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly until its head hovered just to my right. Thump. I could feel its hot breath on my skin as it sniffed me, tickling the back of my neck. Come now, don't be so shy. I am talking to you. Have a conversation with me, human. Human, 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 human. The word repeated in my mind, over and over again, jumbling my thoughts into a chaotic mess and making it hard for me to think. Yuke. A groan inevitably escaped my lips as the dragon's lips curled into a vicious smile. The Wego. Something slithering out of its mouth was a thin tongue. There's something about you human that feels familiar, and yet I can't really pinpoint where I have seen you. The dragon brought its head closer to me once more, its enormous eyes locking onto mine. I saw my own reflection within their fiery depths. Within those eyes, all I saw was insignificance. My insignificance. I have been imprisoned for so long. I have yet to properly learn about the ways of the world. Why do you think that? I swallowed my saliva, feeling a lump in my throat that made it hard for me to speak. I didn't know how to answer. But under its pressuring gaze, I felt compelled to answer, as if I had no choice but to answer. I do not know. You do not? The dragon's lips twisted further as its head leaned back. Liar, 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 liar. My head was once again bombarded with the sound of the dragon's voice as its words resounded deeply within my mind, forcing me to take a step back from the pain. The sheer intensity of its voice felt like the loud strike of a drum, each word reverberating through my skull, making it nearly impossible to think clearly. You human are a cunning one. Thump, thump. The dragon walked around me, its step sinking deeply into the snowy ground. I can feel your heart. I can sense your thoughts. And I can recall you. Smell, sniff, sniff. Yet again, its nostrils hovered around me as it started to sniff me. An unpleasant smell. It eventually brought its head back. It reminds me of that human who trapped me for 30 years. Its head rapidly flicked back to me, its voice deepening. I don't like that smell. Smell, 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 smell. Yuke. I stepped back, unable to control my mind as the dragon's words continued to reverberate loudly within my mind. Hallucinations of my own death continuously replayed over and over again at that moment. I swallowed my saliva. I was in Elna when you were discovered. Perhaps that's the reason I smell like that. With a smile, the dragon leaned its head back. Is that so? Yes truly. But I don't think so. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire surroundings shook as its voice bellowed throughout the mountain plains. Thump. Its step pushed the snow to the side and I started to lose my footing. But that was all it took for me to finally free my body. Run. Almighty appeared before me and grabbed onto my shirt with its beak as it dragged me back. Yuke. We must run human. Don't let yourself be devoured by the dragon's will. You will turn permanently disabled if you do so. I know. I didn't need Almighty to tell me this. As I dashed down with all my might as the rock dragon flapped its wing to remove the icicles that were stuck on its wing. Running with all my might, I could hear its voice echoing loudly within the world. I smell her presence in you. Each time I see her in your eyes. It spoke. I hear her in your mind. My mind would shake. Ha, ha, scrunch, scrunch, scrunch. Deep imprints were left behind as I ran down the mountain. Ha, ha. The back of my throat hurt with each breath that I took. From the moment the dragon woke up, the temperature of the surroundings had chilled even more. Rumble, rumble. The snow behind tore apart as the dragon followed us from behind, its steps causing the land to shake. Did you think I wouldn't know? Thump. Did you think I wouldn't be able to smell her? Thump, thump. The dragon drew nearer and nearer. I have been rendered in this state because of her, the almighty one that I am. Thump. I continued to run forward. I ran as if my life depended on it. A loud roar resounded, and I felt the snow beneath my feet move. My eyes widened at the sight. This, my mind, my rules. My rules. my world. You are within my world. There is no place that you can run to. Thump, thump. I started to get carried by the snow. I tried to push myself out, but it was too late. Who are? I hastily turned around, and my breath almost left my body. Just a few inches from me was the dragon's open mouth. Its sharp teeth reached out for my head as it tried to bite me. Clank. I was only just barely able to dodge it thanks to the snow that started carrying me down. Ah! That was the last thing I saw before the snow swallowed me up whole and I felt my body get dragged down by the snow. It was dark. And it was cold. I was conscious, and yet, I couldn't move my body at all. As if imprisoned, I was stuck within this cold prison. It was just me and my thoughts. Tick, ah. A faint sound echoed from above. It was faint and I could hardly pay any attention to it. Why did this happen? It wasn't supposed to turn out like this. Even if we hadn't tried to convince it, the dragon will shouldn't have been so powerful. Why was it so powerful? Why? Tick, ah. In reality, it was hard to figure out why. For 30 years, the dragon had been sealed. For 30 years, it had tried to free itself from the prison that it had been subjected to. And coupled with the fact that it was dragon. Tick, ah. I was naive to not take such things into account. It was extremely naive of me. And now, I was paying the consequences of it. Tick, ah. Light suddenly entered my vision from above. It was bright, and my eyes squinted. Then, something tangled up against my body, slowly bringing me up to the surface. That was when two red blood eyes stared back at me. It was Almighty. Surrounding us was a small prison made out of black roots. Human. It spoke slowly, but from the tone of its voice, its tone was extremely grim. This might be the last time that I see you. Almighty didn't mince on its word, because it lacked the understanding of emotions. It said things how they were. And I understood it. I do not understand how its mental resistance is so powerful, but given your current state, you can't subdue it, let alone leave. I sat quietly while listening to its voice. I understood where it was coming from. It was wrong. Indeed, there was no way for me to fight it given my current state. There was still a gap in our mental states. Unless you know of a way to, bang. Almighty's words were abruptly cut off by a loud banging noise as the prison of roots shook fiercely. There you are. The dragon's deep voice dripped with amusement as its eye peeked through the gap of the prison. I was looking for you. Bang. Its large foot stomped over the roots, causing the entire thing to shake. But it still stood firm. It didn't budge, mainly because it was created through my own mental power. Oh my, quite a sturdy cage. Bang. The dragon stomped on the cage again. Bang, bang, bang. It continued to do so as I watched it helplessly do it from where I sat. I didn't know what to do. I was entirely helpless and my eyes drifted toward Almighty who quietly stared at the dragon. That was when I was suddenly reminded of its words. Unless you know of a way to. Its words had been cut off by the dragon's sudden appearance, but I could tell what it wanted to say. Unless you know of a way to increase your mental power. That, I knew of a way. I lowered my head to stare at my right forearm. In particular, my gaze fell over the first leaf and my entire body started to tremble. How long do you think the cage will last? My voice trembled as I asked. Almighty's reply came shortly after. Quite a while. Why? Ha ha. I laughed while staring at the leaf. The cooldown for the ability is 1 day. I swallowed my saliva. Surely the barrier can last more than 1 day, right? Yes, more than that. That's good enough. Biting my lips, I pressed the first leaf. That was the moment that marked the start of it all. The start of when I started to understand emotions. Chapter 209, The Indomitable Will. 3. Tuduk. Atlas knocked on the door that led to Delilah's office. There was no response, but he didn't mind and simply smiled, holding onto the handle and opening the door. Isn't it a bit rude of you? Yet again, Delilah didn't answer as she focused her attention on the paperwork in front of her. Atlas found the scene a little amusing and found a seat on the chair opposite her desk. He sat there for a few moments while looking around him. Seeing all the wrappers and papers scattered around, He shook his head. She was still the same. I handed the reward to Julian. Only when he said those words did Delilah finally show some reaction as her head raised to meet his gaze. Atlas scratched the side of his face with some amusement. I've handed him several other herbs to help him out. He should be able to absorb the bone by tonight. I wonder what sort of skill he will learn. He wasn't just saying this for the sake of speaking. He really was curious about the type of skill that he would receive. It was after all a dragon-type creature that the bone belonged to. The apex of the apex. Julian was lucky to be able to transfuse such bone into his body. He was a little jealous himself. Then again, he already had 5 bones in his body. He could no longer absorb another bone, so the jealousy was merely fleeting. How long has it been since you've given him the bone? For the first time, Delilah spoke. Atlas turned to look at her before taking out his pocket watch to check the time. It should be several hours ago. He should be done by tonight. If not, by tomorrow. The process of absorbing a bone was generally quick. It was a little painful, but it also depended on the strength of the will left behind. There was a little risk associated with this as well. If the will was more powerful than the user's mental resilience, then it would lead to a lot of problems, with many cases of people turning into idiots, and the will taking over their bodies. It was for that reason that Atlas had been hesitant to give him the bone at first. That was until he recalled Julian's mental resilience, and no longer felt as worried. With such a mental score, he didn't have to worry about him falling to the will. After all, it was impossible to check the power of the will left inside beforehand. It was for that reason that there was a general rule for absorbing bones in the terror rank range. The rule was that they must at least have a mental score that was slightly higher, or near the peak, in order to even try. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. The 4 Empire Summit is in 5 months, so we should get ready to help him once he's done. I understand. Delilah casually nodded her head and closed her eyes. The mana in the air pulsed, and Atlas found himself smiling. You say you understand, and yet, you still check for yourself if everything is going smoothly. Yusu. Delilah's eyes flickered open and a rare trace of something flashed across her eyes as she disappeared. Her actions startled Atlas, who took a moment to process what had happened and to spread his mana. He showed a similar reaction to her shortly after as his figure blurred and he disappeared. Tack. The moment he reappeared, he was inside of a fairly decorated apartment. His foot pressed against the wooden floor as the wooden floor creaked under his step. A rare trace of solemnness spread across his features as his eyes locked onto the figure that sat in the middle of the room. An open wooden box rested in front of him, and strange roots entangled his ankles from beneath the ground. Delilah appeared a few inches away from him, her hand pressed against his head as she had her eyes closed. After a few seconds, her eyes opened as she turned to look at him with an extremely grave expression. Atlas could tell at a glance that the situation wasn't good. What's the situation? He's trapped inside of his mind. The will is a lot more powerful than we thought. Her eye briefly lowered, focusing on the strange black roots that were entangling his ankles. There's something inside that is protecting him, but even with that, it's a struggle. Atlas' expression didn't change much at the news. He didn't need to ask any questions. He already knew more or less what was happening. In cases like this, there was a high chance that the person surviving was slim. It was in fact more probable that their will would take over. Once that happened, things were certainly going to become troublesome for them. It wasn't as though it was impossible for them to survive, but those who did survive didn't exactly return the same afterward. The situation. It was the worst-case scenario. Atlas pinched the middle of his brows. Soon, he came up with a judgment. Move his body to the cells and have someone observe him continuously. Continually feed him mana pills so that he doesn't exhaust himself and die from that. The cells, as the name suggested, were the Academy's prison grounds, reserved for those who attempted to infiltrate the institution. It was a cold judgment from him, but it was also the necessary judgment. If the will were to take over, it would bring a lot of trouble. It was also for Julian's safety. Keeping him in the cells would ensure no one disturbed him as he fought against the will. Despite the grimness of the situation, Atlas didn't seem too worried. The same seemed to be true for Delilah. Listening to his words, she eventually nodded her head and agreed. All right. Pressing her hand against Julian's head, the two disappeared from the spot. leaving Atlas standing by himself in the room. In the silence that took over the place, Atlas looked around the space before picking up the wooden box from the floor. Who would have thought the situation would turn out like this? Perhaps. He licked his lips but shook his head. Best not. Atlas may be a seat, but he was anything but in its size. The next day, the classroom was starting to fill up as the cadets entered from the two sides of the room. Leon, as someone who liked to be punctual, arrived 10 minutes ahead of schedule. It was somewhat his norm these days. Strange. But as he entered the classroom, his expression changed a little. It had been normal routine for him to knock on Julian's door and head to class with him. At first, it had been because he was his knight, but lately, it was just something he did without having that in mind. Habit, I guess. They did say that if you performed something for 66 days, it would eventually become a habit. I guess he had reached that point. He's not here. This morning, Julian did not answer his door. It wasn't rare for that to happen since there were times when he would wake up extremely early to train. By now, everyone knew that he was a training fanatic, and not just a regular fanatic, but a batshit crazy one. Maybe he still hasn't finished training or had something to do. It wouldn't be strange if that happened. He could also be tired from the award ceremony, but he did watch it. He looked somewhat off during the acceptance part. Nervous in a sense which was kind of rare, since when did that guy even feel nervous? Despite Leon's confusion, he left it at that and stopped thinking about it. Taking out his books and pencils, he got ready for class. Today's class was Modern Application of Magic. It was a rather popular class, but at the end of the day, it was still a theoretical class and hence wasn't as popular as some other courses. As time passed, the noise around the classroom started to pick up as more and more cadets started to enter. By the time it was the start of the class, everyone was present. Almost everyone. Where is he? There was only one person missing. It was none other than Julian. He was still missing, and Leon wasn't the only one who had noticed this. Turning around, he could see that quite a few had noticed the same thing. This wasn't the first time that Julian had skipped class. There were a couple of times when he did, and in those times, it was because he had been injured. Did he get injured? Leon was confused but wasn't able to dwell on it too much as the professor entered the classroom. I see that everyone is present. The professor wasn't exactly tall, but he wasn't short either. With a well-trimmed graying mustache, and well-kept hair, he had an approachable aura. Walking over to the podium, the professor picked up several documents that he prepared to hand out when he stopped. Right. As if he recalled something, he placed the papers down and cleared his throat. Before the class starts, there's an announcement that I would like to make. Everyone's attention focused on him and Leon started to have a bad feeling. It couldn't be that. Your classmate, Julian, will not be attending classes for an indefinite amount of time. The professor's words were like bolts of lightning for a certain few who looked at him with widened eyes. Before anyone could say a thing, he continued, a situation has occurred, and while I don't know the details, it seems like it will keep him from joining classes for a while. I've been told that he's okay and that you shouldn't worry. So please treat this a light announcement. It was only after the second part of the announcement that whispers started to spread as the cadets started to talk with one another. What happened? Do you know? Do you think he got into trouble? I don't think so, but it's not impossible. Despite how he looks, he is very strict with rules. I don't think he caused any trouble. An injury maybe? The noise all reached Leon's ears, who listened with a small frown. He's okay, and light announcement. Leon frowned for a moment before taking a long breath. If that was the case, then there was no need to worry. Such thoughts didn't last for very long. Even as months passed, Julian, he never once returned. Chapter 210, For Empire Summit, 1. Time waited for no one. It flowed endlessly and without a single care for those who wanted it to slow down or speed up. The seasons changed. The winter passed, and so did spring. Slowly, and without a care for the world, time passed. Like flowing water. Are we close? I'm getting kind of hungry. We should be almost there. Haven should just be ahead. That's good because I'm starving. A group of 20 or so people marched ahead, following a trail that led into a deep forest. Their white uniforms, adorned with striking blue stripes, stood out against the backdrop of lush greenery. The group was comprised of fairly young individuals with deep and imposing auras that didn't match their age. They were the members of the Aurora Empire. What was in their minds when they built their academy grounds within a forest? It's no wonder we beat them every time we face them. Listening to their words, a man with long black hair and strikingly proportionate features turned to stare at the person who had spoken. His eyes, intense and piercing, seemed to suck in anyone that met his gaze. Be careful with your words. We aren't in our empire anymore. But it's true, no? They might be the strongest empire, but that's mainly because we have too many internal fights. Otherwise, the Nerzain-Sifu Empire is by far the weakest empire of the four. Even the weakest of us can beat their best. Ha! The man sighed before shaking his head with a smile. I can't argue against that. See, even the president can't argue against the reality of the matter. I sure hope that when we arrive we will get something good to eat. I don't expect anything from them. I wouldn't expect good food if I were you, another cadet interjected. They are not known for their good food here. Ugh, don't say this. Well, maybe. The cadet retrieved a small booklet from their bag and showed it to them. I found this on the way. Something Iron Tongue. Apparently, if you want good food, you will need to follow this guide. Iron Tongue? What kind of idiotic name is that? Staring at the booklet, the cadets started to laugh together while reading some of the criticism that was written on it. A symphony of flavors dancing on the palate, each dish meticulously crafted to tantalize the senses. As I delve into the culinary delights before me, I find myself ensnared by the intricate layers of taste and texture, each bite a revelation of culinary artistry. While they were doing that, another cadet who was at the back suddenly spoke. President, do you have any idea why we're going to Haven? It is true that the summit is hosted by the Nerzain-Sifu Empire this year, but what I don't understand is the reason why we are coming here. The sudden question attracted the gazes of all the other cadets who looked toward the president with curious expressions. Holding onto his bag, the cadet referred to as president turned his head and quietly stared at the cadet who had asked the question. It was silent for a few short seconds before he spoke, to check. He only said two simple words, and yet, the air changed slightly at his words, confusing the cadet who had asked the question. To check? After a while, the cadet laughed. What are we checking exactly? Every single time we meet, we manage to beat their teams. I don't see how we have to check anything, if any. Black Star. The cadet's words were cut off by the president. Whether to check their Black Star. The group turned silent for a short few seconds. But it was only for a few seconds before one of the cadets laughed. The exchange isn't fought with just one person. Indeed, they do occasionally have one or two strong people, but they are merely well-kept people from the McGrail family. With the exception of that monster who appeared a few decades ago, they shouldn't be at your level. I know. The president nodded, his lips also pulling into a smile. He also didn't think there was anything to worry about. But the same was true for their predecessors in the past. They too felt the same way they felt today. The result. The birth of a monster. Delilah V. Rosenberg. Her legends were still known by everyone, and it was her sudden appearance that made the three empires wary of the Nerzain-Sifu Empire. They couldn't afford for another Delilah to appear. Oh, yeah? I heard that this year is an especially weak year for Haven. A cadet with short blonde hair spoke. Rumors have it that the first year Black Star is one of the weakest they've ever had. The McGrail representative isn't ranked first as well. Just how bad is the McGrail family's management for that to happen? With all the resources and advantages they give their children, they still can't be first. It's a joke. It's not. A deep voice suddenly resounded, and everyone turned quiet. The cadets parted ways to let an elderly man pass through. With his hands behind his back, he casually walked up to the front. Professor Thorne whisper. Professor Thorne whisper. The cadets shouted in unison. Be at ease. Pressing his hand down, the cadets stopped, and the professor arrived before the president. Callian, what did I tell you about keeping order? We are close to the academy grounds. I don't want to start a fight with them on their territory. I apologize. Callian lowered his head in apology. Turning his head, the professor looked at the other cadets. And you guys, I'm sure I have told you the same thing. The cadets lowered their heads without saying a word. Don't be complacent. A lot of time has passed. and things can change during that period. Just because your predecessors were able to toy with them doesn't mean you can do the same. You need to prove it instead of just speaking it. Anyone can beat anyone with words alone. Looking around, his voice deepened. How infuriating would it be to know that you've lost to people that we know are purposely weakening themselves? I don't expect a single loss from you guys. Just losing out to them would mean the ultimate humiliation for our empire. Professor Thorne whispered. He had been present during the days when Delilah had appeared. He could still recall her presence to this day. She was the embodiment of fear. She was someone that to this day sent chills down his spine. But it was also true that she was the same person who brought utter humiliation to them during that summit. Ever since that day, the three empires held nothing back against the Nerzain-Sifa Empire. I want you to crush them completely, to the point where all they think about is you. His words were not words of motivation. They were an order that none of the cadets could refuse. If you guys so much as lose a single match that isn't from the Black Star. He paused, turning his head to look at the cadets. I will have you disappear from my sight. The atmosphere turned extremely somber following his words. Our goal is simple: to gauge them out for when the summit starts. We won't be fighting with them just yet, but I want you to completely crush them before that even starts. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The cadets all shouted in unison. Good. The professor nodded before walking ahead. By his side stood Killian, who walked alongside him without saying a single word. It was the professor who spoke. There are rumors that this year's Black Star is not strong. How do you feel about that? I do not care. Killian expressed his true feelings. He simply did not care. To him, Haven was merely a place to visit. His sights were set elsewhere. Indeed, the stories about Delilah were legendary, but at the end of the day, how many of her could be created? Furthermore, if someone like that had shown up, rumors would have already spread. There are multiple clips around about the Black Star's power. Have you seen them? I have. What do you think about them? Flashy. There was a lot of substance and looked impressive, but at the end of the day, he could deal with it. Many of his peers were as strong as that. I see. That's good. The professor nodded before raising his head and stopping before what appeared to be the academy gates. There, waiting for them, was another group of students. From their uniforms it was obvious that they were cadets belonging to Haven. Killian's gaze swept over them. In particular, a few stood out to him. They stood at the very front of the pack, and besides their looks, their demeanor made them stand out from the rest. Ha ha ha. Welcome. A man with long blonde hair and yellow eyes stepped forth with a smile on his face. How have you been? It's been a while. It has indeed. Atlas. The professor greeted him with a small smile. Killian's eyes fell on Atlas. He was another person of interest. Just like Delilah, he was a man of reputation. It was unfortunate that he was born at the same time as her. His achievements were overshadowed by hers. It's interesting how such an important figure is coming out to greet a professor and a few cadets. It's such an honor. It's almost as if you're afraid of our cadets overshadowing yours. The atmosphere chilled slightly at the professor's words. Killian watched from the side without saying a word. This was an interaction he had seen coming from the start. They weren't here to make friends. They were here to completely suppress Haven, and knowing as such, he turned to face the cadets of Haven. As if sensing his gaze, a young woman with long red hair stepped forward. Coming closer to him, she politely greeted him. Nice to meet you. Her crisp voice quietly echoed in the air as her red hair glistened against the sun. In this year's Black Star. I've Megrail. Chapter 211, 4 Empire Summit, 2. Killian stared at the woman in front of him with a frown. Is this a joke? He knew who the woman in front of him was. It wasn't just because her face was extremely easy to remember, but it was also because of the surname she used when greeting him. Megrail. She was the Empire's princess. But here lay the problem. Black Star? Since when had the Black Star changed? Killian had seen the one meant to the Black Star, and it wasn't her. It couldn't be that. Ha! He unconsciously let out a small laugh. It was subtle, but enough to be caught by Aoife and the people standing behind her. "Is there a problem?" Aoife asked with a calm expression. But the words made the situation even worse as Cleon found himself covering his mouth in an attempt to hide his smile. If the situation was really as he thought, funny. It was just too funny. He was gradually able to calm down, and once he did, he focused his attention back on Aoife. "I apologize for that, I was just taken aback." "You were? By what exactly?" "Yes, I was previously made aware that the Black Star was someone else. Your presence has surprised me a little." "Ah, so that's how?" "That is understandable," Aoife replied with the same smile from before. It was hard to read her expression, but that didn't matter to Cleon, who had already formed an idea of what was happening. "They sure are ruthless, downgrading their own Black Star just to give it to her." It was merely an assumption, but it seemed to be the most likely of possibilities. The Megrail family was renowned for pulling such stunts. To them, there was nothing more important than having their own members stand out from the rest. They needed to be number one in everything. It was highly likely that she had used some sort of underhanded tactic to pull down the previous Black Star and make herself one. The realization was what had made Cleon laugh. Lifting his head to meet the princess' gaze, he opened his mouth to ask, "What happened to the previous Black Star? Did you manage to fuck? You talk too much." "Mind your own fucking business." A certain voice cut him off. Taken aback, Cleon frowned and turned his head in the direction of where the voice came from. Fuck. Standing a few meters behind Aoife was a girl with platinum long hair and red eyes. Her appearance was of a similar level to that of Aoife, making her pop out with just a glance. But there was something about her that felt disturbing. Rubbing her pinky against her ear, she scowled. Cleon didn't know much about her. "You are your mum." Cleon frowned. Her looks were wasted on her personality. But still, he found the situation to be rather amusing. When was the last time someone had talked to him like this? Yet again, he found his lips pulling up. "My mom died quite a while back. I don't exactly think her." "No shit." Her scowl worsened. "We look nothing alike." "I was just fucking with you." "Are you dumb?" Cleon narrowed his yes. "But you know, I didn't think you like such basic man." Wham. "I'm tired." What? Shut up. Your face bothers me. Go back to your pack and shut up while the adults talk. I want nothing to do with you. Neither does anyone here, for a matter of fact. Cleon clenched his teeth, anger finally starting to rise in his body. "Huh? Still here? Shoo. How cocky. To behave like this while barely having any skills." Cleon turned his attention back to Aoife, who kept her face straight without saying a single word. It was as though she hadn't heard a single thing, isn't even respected by her own peers. How absurd. Cleon secretly shook his head. Unlike her, he could keep his group in check. Right then, he heard Atlas' words. "Well then, I'm very happy that you have come to visit us. How about we go in?" "Let's do that." The conversation between Atlas and the professor came to an end rather quickly, and they were offered a tour of the academy. It was something that his professor didn't deny, and they were escorted in. Aoife and the rest of the first years didn't follow them in and stayed back at the entrance. Walking past them, Cleon looked at them before shaking his head. Disappointing. Such were his thoughts as he entered the academy grounds and toured the place. The entire group. It was disappointing. Standing by the entrance, Aoife maintained her serious demeanor for a few more seconds before letting out a long and tired sigh. Whatever strict and cold facade she previously put on disappeared as she glared at Ira. What do you mean what?" Aoife pinched the middle of her brows. "What did I tell you about being on your best behavior? We're supposed to set an example." "Blair? Didn't you see that fucker was looking at us? You should be happy I didn't beat his ass there and then, as if you could do it." You think I can't?" "No, you can't." Aoife knew that person in question all too well. She had made it her mission to memorize the names of all the notable figures within the other empires. The Four-Empire Summit was about to start and someone needed to do their research. Such was her role after becoming the Black Star. He's not someone you can face at your current level. Cleon. He was a 5-star prospect. Prospects were ranked from 1 to 5. with 5 being the highest. A 5-star prospect was a prospect at the black star level. They were the prospects with the highest chance of reaching the monarch level, something that the Empire only had 7 of. Fucking bitch. What? Kira narrowed her eyes. You're a 4-star prospect while he's a 5-star prospect. There's a gap between your abilities and his. That guy? Hell no. That's how it works. And what's your prospect level? 4.5. 4.5. How are you ranked higher than me? I've shrugged. I am not the one who gives away the prospect level. Nah. This shit is rigged. I'm stronger than you. There's no way this is true. Stronger? Since when? Why do you look so shocked? Of course, I'm stronger than you. The only reason you rank higher is that I don't rank high in the exams. And how is that my problem? This system is corrupt. No, it isn't. Just study. I am, but... For the briefest of moments, Kira paused and her expression changed. But she was quickly able to hide her expression as her expression turned fierce again. Whatever, this is rigged. It's not. TSK. Kira clicked her tongue in annoyance. It really looked like the two were about to fight. But just when things were about to get serious, they both turned their heads and looked away from each other. Even though this isn't the first time I've seen it, I still struggle to get used to this scene. Evelyn murmured from the side, watching the entire spectacle unfold. Leon stood next to her as he casually nodded his head. Yes, he couldn't help but agree. It was also a bit of a shock for him to see them like this. Had it been the past, the two would have already attacked each other by now. And yet, whatever conflict arose between the two, it'd get resolved rather quickly. It was strange. So strange. Since when did it start? Leon didn't necessarily have to think much. He knew all too well when it all started. The day when Julian disappeared. That was when the change occurred. It wasn't fast, nor was it noticeable. If before Oif and Kira couldn't stand each other, they could tolerate each other now. They still weren't friends, or at least, didn't say they were. But as opposed to the past where they wouldn't even talk with each other, the two had become a lot more vocal with each other. Sometimes, I'd even see them try to slap each other. It was weird, especially since Evelyn also appeared to have a bone to pick with Kira. But yeah, it all changed since the day he disappeared. Nobody knew where he was, and whenever someone brought the question up, the Academy would give the same response. He's fine. But was he really? Leon had tried to get the Ivanus family to do something, but they also received a similar response. I've tried the same thing with her family, but even she got the same response. Even the Megrail family was covering this up. What sort of situation was this? It made no sense. It was as though Julian's disappearance was being completely ignored. The situation truly sunk into their minds when Oif was nominated as the new Black Star after the second month of his disappearance. Oif didn't seem all too happy about the position, given that he'd occasionally hear her say things like, "I wanted to take it, not get it, gifted it," or "I can't believe I have to cancel all my plans for the elections." Either way, Leon didn't think there was anyone else more fit for the Black Star than her. Technically, he was supposed to be the next Black Star, but he didn't want the position and purposely tanked his ranking to 3rd place so that Oif could receive it. Seeing how much Oif was struggling with handling Kira, Leon thought he had made the right decision. Without having the need to handle all those problems, he devoted the entire 5 months of his disappearance to training. There were times when trouble followed, but he had been able to handle all those problems. He was now a lot stronger than he was back when he had fought Julian. A lot stronger. To the point where he didn't think he'd lose again. Letting out a long breath, Leon raised his head to stare at the sky. It was devoid of any clouds, and the sun shone brightly. I'm a lot stronger now. Shielding his eyes with his arm, Leon squinted his eyes. It won't be so easy to beat me anymore. So, hurry up and come back before it's too late. Chapter 212, 4 Empire Summit, 3, ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed throughout the Haven canteen as the members of the Aurora Empire enjoyed the feast before their very eyes. With all sorts of delicacies spread around the enormous tables of the canteen, the cadets were in a happy mood. It was a rather lively occasion with many of the cadets socializing with each other. Killian stared at the food in front of him. It was a sumptuous meal, and everything looked good. And yet, I don't like this. You don't? I think it's quite good. To his right, a cadet with short black hair and green eyes spoke while pointing at the food in front of him with a fork. I think it's quite nice, especially this dish. Have you tried it? I thought the food would be bad, but it's actually quite good. How about you give it a try? That's not the case. Then, the cadet thought for a moment before mumbling, "Are you thinking about the previous exchange?" Killian's face hardened for a brief moment. It was brief, but it was enough for Aiden to spot. Just like Killian, he was one of the few people selected from the Aurora Empire to participate in the Four Empire Summit. They both belonged to different academies, but they knew each other quite well. What do you think? Despite being weak, they acted quite arrogantly. Do you think it's because the summit is going to be in their own empire? Yeah, Killian answered after a brief nod. President, there's no need to worry too much. Their arrogance is understandable. Since everyone else around them is inferior to them, it is only understandable that they become arrogant. What matters in the end is strength. That's right. So it shouldn't matter. They may look confident on the outside, but they shouldn't be at a level where they are anything to worry about. If anything, we should start what? No. Killian's voice came out louder than expected, causing some of the noise around him to quiet down. That's not what I don't like. By then, all noise had ceased and everyone's attention was on Killian, who stood up from his seat. I hate it that each summit we have to waste time socializing with an empire that neglects their talents so much, to the point where even our weakest delegates can fight their strongest. I hate the fact that such an empire is the strongest. But that's not what truly angers me. Killian looked around the canteen, meeting the gazes of all the cadets who were eating together. What I'm mad about is you guys. His voice echoed loudly throughout the entire canteen. Did I not tell you previously about what previously happened that one year in the Four Empire Summit? Some of the cadets flinched under his shout as his gaze continued to sweep across the room. Are we not here to show that our empire is superior to theirs? To show them that we are far stronger than their likes? The backs of some of the cadets straightened. There was a certain something to his voice that brought forth adrenaline to the minds of many present. The fact that you are all here having fun is what angers me the most. We are not here on a vacation. We are here to completely and utterly dominate the representatives of this empire. So pull yourselves together. Killian clenched his fist. Eat your food quickly and start conditioning your body. We are not here on vacation. You haven't been chosen to be here so that you could be on a vacation. Do you get it? Yes, yes, yes. The cadets shouted in unison, turning their attention back to their food and scarfing it down their throats. The previous laid-back and relaxed attitude of theirs completely vanishing from their faces. This should do it. Killian was satisfied by the sight. Not bad. And a familiar voice soon reached his ears. Turning towards a certain direction, Professor Thornwhisper approached with a smile on his face. You've said everything that I wanted to say. Perhaps you should think about replacing my job. Hello, Professor. Killian greeted the professor. Massaging his beard, the professor looked around, gathering the attention of all the cadets. He only started to speak once everyone's attention was on him. Killian is correct. You all shouldn't be here thinking that this is a vacation. This is far from a vacation. You are here to represent your nation for the upcoming summit. It's important that you're entirely focused on the task at hand. Yes, sir. The professor nodded once he saw that everyone was on the same page. I would have been forced to act if not for Killian doing that for me. Just because it's rare for them to have great talents, it doesn't mean it's impossible. We've all heard about what happened a few years back. I don't want to repeat such a situation. The professor shook his head and the cadets all stood up at the same time. We apologize, Professor. We apologize, Professor. We apologize, Professor. Killian stepped forward. I also apologize, Professor. I shouldn't have waited until everyone was eating to say this. No, you did great. With a softening of his voice, the professor looked at Killian. The fact that you were able to know the crux of the problem shows that you have matured a lot. As expected of the main representative of this year's summit. Placing his hand on Killian's shoulder, the professor patted his shoulder. Keep doing what you're doing. We have high hopes for you and everyone else that is here. I shall do so. The professor removed his hand from Killian's shoulder. I'm glad that you understand. In any case, The reason why I'm here is because I've managed to convince their representatives to do a small exhibition match. Unfortunately, you won't be participating. I won't. Yes, we are saving you for when the real summit starts. This is just an exhibition. We don't want to have an overkill. Alien lowered his head and smiled. I will do as the professor has arranged. Ha ha. That's good. Slurp. It was a certain slurping sound that caught the attention of everyone in the room. Who is? Snapping his head snack. Aiden, who had been standing next to Killian and the professor, was about to reprimand the one responsible for the noise when he stopped. He wasn't the only one surprised. At the very corner of the canteen, an unfamiliar person sat as they ate their bowl without any regard for anyone around him. Judging from the uniform he was wearing, he appeared to be come from Haven. What's going on? Aiden was confused by the situation. The canteen was supposed to be their space. Why was someone from Haven here? Hey, you! Calling out for him, he got no response. He seemed to be absorbed in whatever food was in his bowl. From the way he was acting, it almost seemed like he hadn't eaten in months. Killian stood by the side and watched without saying a single word. It was hard to read what he was currently thinking. Clenching his teeth, Aiden glanced at the professor and then Killian before moving closer to the unexpected guest. How did he even get here? There were many questions he wanted to ask but held himself back. Arriving behind the cadet, he pressed his hand against his shoulder and pulled his shoulder back. 024. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Are you listening? Slurp. Startled out of his food, the cadet turned his head to display his face, which was covered by his hair. But despite that, one could tell at a glance that whoever it was, their face was handsome. That was when he took notice of Aiden. You are? The cadet's voice came out rather hoarse. Who am I? Hey. Aiden laughed a little and nudged behind him with his head. How about you look around you? Do you see anything? It was only then that the cadet finally took notice of what was going on and let out a small sound. Oh. Beneath the bangs, he blinked his eyes and stood up. I see. It looks like I've intruded on something important. I will take my leave. From the way he was acting, he looked rather submissive. Aiden stopped him before he could leave. Wait a second. I'd like to know who you are first. Drip. It was a certain dripping sound that stopped him halfway through his sentence. Blinking his eyes, Aiden looked at the cadet in front of him with a little bit of shock before lowering his head to stare at the ground that had been stained by a single drop of liquid. Aiden stared at the small trace that ran down the cadet's cheek. You can't be. His shoulders started to tremble as he stared at the cadet in front of him. Are you crying? The surroundings grew a little noisy as the cadets overheard his words. They too seemed rather surprised. On the other hand, the professor turned a blind eye to the scene. Since there was no harm being done, there was no need for him to interfere. He was also a little curious about the cadet present. How was it that no one noticed his presence until now? It wasn't as though his clothes were remotely close to theirs. As if realizing what had happened, the cadet wiped his cheeks. Sorry, that tends to happen a lot these days. He proceeded to scratch the side of his cheek. It just happens without my control. I'm a bit of a mess lately. Sure. Aiden nodded and let it be. Who do you think you're fooling? But of course, he didn't really buy the excuse. The same was true for everyone else in the room, Killian included, who stared at the cadet for a few seconds before shaking his head. Disappointing. The more he stayed in this academy, the more disappointed he became with it. What happened was, that the cadet had wandered here by accident, and ended up crying the moment he realized that he was in the wrong place. As such, he sat down on his chair and spoke. Let him go. Aiden nudged at the cadet. You heard him. Thank you. Scratching the back of his neck, the cadet lowered his head before leaving the canteen. The entire time he looked like a scared rabbit. Killian didn't even bother looking at him as he left. On the other hand, Aiden snickered as he walked back to Killian. You saw that? It's really hard to follow your words when you see stuff like that. It's drip, drip. His words were abruptly cut off by a certain dripping sound. It was a sound that he had heard a few minutes ago, and he froze on the spot. Killian, who had stopped paying attention, also seemed to have noticed something amiss and turned to look at Aiden. His eyes opened up slightly at the sight that greeted him. Drip, drip, drip. What's going on?" Holding onto his cheeks, Aiden looked around a little panicked. "Why, am I wet?" Regardless of how hard he tried, he couldn't stop them. The tears, they just continued to pour out from his eyes like an endless torrent. Staring at the scene, Killian's head flicked towards the entrance of the canteen. Bar, thump, bar, thump. For some reason, his heart began to beat faster as an unknown feeling gripped his chest. What? Just what in the world was happening? Chapter 213, 4 Empire Summit, 4, Dorset Hall. It was nighttime, and the world was quiet. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft, silvery glow over the landscape. Leon stood outside while staring at the moon that hung up above, basking in its gentle afterglow. He stood still with his eyes closed. Ha! His soft sigh inevitably broke that silence. Leon's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. In particular, about the exhibition that they were going to have tomorrow with the members of the Aurora Empire. It wasn't supposed to be anything important considering that the real test was in the 4 Empire Summit, but Leon understood all too well the implications that this exchange had. If we lose, all the momentum we've gained will shattered. Once that happened, they were set to become the laughingstocks of the summit. Thankfully, the exhibition was private, and no one was going to see the results. Otherwise, if things went south, it would really be detrimental to their future. "What are you doing?" a voice echoed quietly from behind. Leon didn't turn his head and continued to stare at the moon in the sky. From the peripheral vision, a lock of purple hair entered his vision. "Not the type to be up this late. Are you perhaps nervous?" Nervous? Leon thought about it before shaking his head. Not really. Then, just lost in thought. Right, he was lost in thought. It was undeniable that besides Aoife, everyone was at a disadvantage compared to the members of the other empires. They all started way later than those of the other empires. And while it was true that he was the same strength as Aoife, the reason he was as strong as her was because of the chalice. If not for that, he wouldn't have been in the same position as her. "You should get some rest. I've been told their best member won't participate tomorrow." Not that it would matter. Evelyn stepped forward and turned around to match his gaze directly. "Very strong now. I don't think you will have to worry too much about tomorrow, especially since their strongest member is likely not going to participate." Right. Leon smiled. He was now on the verge of breaking through to Tier 4 and officially surpassing some of the professors teaching him. There was still a little bit left and he was almost there. Over the last few months, everyone has seen a large increase in their power. Their confidence was quite high. It was for that reason that they couldn't afford to lose the matches. But who could predict what would happen? "I guess I shouldn't worry too much." Leon pushed his hair back while letting out a long breath. Whatever happens tomorrow, he wasn't going to lose. At the same time, Delilah's office. "What do you think?" Delilah sat in her seat without saying a single word. Opposite her, Atlas looked around in wonder. "It's clean." A miracle, as if she could read his thoughts. Delilah looked up and narrowed her eyes. Atlas coughed and shrugged. "You've cleaned well." Delilah didn't answer and focused on the paperwork in front of her. With the upcoming summit, she had a lot of work that she needed to get done. There was not a single day of rest for her. "Who was it?" Delilah's expression changed slightly. "I knew it." Atlas smacked his palm with his fist. "You had someone clean up the room for you. If you don't have anything useful to say, get out." "I do actually. I have been trying to speak for the past minute but all you've done is ignore me." Staring at him wordlessly, Delilah dropped her pencil and finally looked at him properly. Her gaze seemed to say, "I'm listening." Atlas took the chance to speak about tomorrow's exchange. "What do you think about letting him participate?" Delilah's eyes narrowed, and the air froze. "Why?" "You know why." Atlas smiled, his smile cooling the temperature of the room slightly. From the way he was acting, it didn't seem like he was bothered at all by the pressure that she was giving out. Instead, he seemed to find the situation to be rather amusing. "Didn't they come here to cause trouble with us? Why don't we flip the situation over?" Delilah frowned and thought about it for a good moment before shaking her head. "No." "Why?" "Leon and Aoife are good enough." "That's not going to work." The layout of the exchange was a last man standing wins. With 20 people on each side, one side would send one person at a time. and the one who wins gets to remain. Atlas was confident in their top rankers' abilities, but the same couldn't be said for those beneath them. Our top rankers may be stronger, but stamina is incredibly important. They don't lag very much behind us in terms of abilities. If we let this play out, then there's no guarantee that we might win. If you, still, no. Delilah cut Atlas off. He seemed to want to say something else but eventually stopped himself and shook his head. If that's what you've decided, I won't go against it. The one in charge after all. You know exactly why he can't participate. I know. Atlas nodded with a troubled look. But he can still participate. Even if. Atlas didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear to Delilah. He isn't mentally stable. Delilah remained quiet and lowered her head. Indeed, Julian, ever since waking up, he was almost like a completely different person, to the point where even Delilah had trouble interacting with him. That was why she was so hesitant to have him participate, for him to participate in his current state. Despite her strength, Delilah wasn't sure of whether she could stop him from breaking the other cadets. I am happy, I am sad, I am scared, I am surprised, I am angry, I am. The next day, the training grounds were where the exchange was going to take place. It was a large square with seats on both ends. Each seat was meant for each participant, and there were 20 seats on each side. Both sides stood on opposite ends, the members of Haven wearing black uniforms while the members of the Aurora Empire wearing white with subtle shades of blue. Moving forward, the two sides sat on their respective seats. The training grounds were quiet, with both sides staring at each other without saying a single word. Sat by the very end was Oife, who had her eyes closed. It was unknown what her thoughts were. On the other hand, sitting on the opposite side of her was Killian, who appeared to be lost in his own thoughts, his gaze sweeping around the cadets on the other end, seemingly looking for someone. It looks like both sides are ready. Professor Thornwhisper sat on one of the seats meant for the professors. Overseeing the exchange wasn't Atlas nor Delilah but Professor Brett, who looked at the cadets with a smile. How fun it will be, even more entertaining later, Professor Thornwhisper said, laughing from his seat. He didn't expect much from this exchange. Looking around, he couldn't even see the previous black star, which made him feel even more relaxed. Looks like they've really replaced him. As expected of the McGrail family, they were really tyrannical. To get rid of one of their top talents so that their own could shine. The more the professor thought about it, the more he found himself laughing inside. Truly, a laughable sight. Tack. A single step broke the silence that took over the arena grounds. Marching forward, one of the Haven professors appeared in the middle of the stage, his gaze pausing on each end. Now, then, his voice bellowed loudly throughout the entire venue. I won't say much. This is a friendly exhibition, so please do not attack with the intent to kill. If we detect any such methods, they will be immediately disqualified and banned from the academy grounds. That goes for both sides. The professor's brows narrowed as he said this. Neither side said a word to the rules, a tacit form of agreement. Good. The professor nodded before holding his hands behind his back. Let the exhibition match begin. May the representatives from each side step up. Heavy tension fell on the arena grounds the moment the professor's words fell. The expressions of the people from each side turned incredibly serious, and a cadet with short blonde hair and blue eyes stepped forward from Haven's side. His name was Julius Claude, and he was a highly ranked first year. Ranked within the top 20, he had every right to be present. Stepping onto the arena grounds, his face turned extremely serious. I just need to get one. He understood his role all too well. Despite ranking so high, he knew that he was still lagging compared to the people from the opposing empire. Even the weakest member was stronger than he was. His goal was simple: to tire his opponents out and make it simpler for his team members further down the line. As of right now, there were only truly 4 to 5 people who could put up a proper fight against those of the opposite empire. He needed to. What's going on, Doctor? What are you doing? Why did you wait? Why are? Hearing the commotion coming from the opposite end, Julius raised his head. Immediately, he felt his legs grow weak the moment his eyes laid on the figure standing opposite him. What? He started to panic. Why? Staring at the man that stood in front of him, Julius felt his entire body grow cold. Why is he here? On the other hand, Killian stared at him without saying much. He could still hear the shocked and surprised voices of his teammates, but that didn't matter to him. Maybe if I do this, hell come out. He clenched and unclenched his fist, the mana surrounding him agglomerating at incredible speed. Lifting his head to stare at his opponent, he brought his hand forward where over 24 magic circles appeared behind him. They levitated in the air, while his fingers twitched slightly, causing them to move at his will. The very air twisted at his actions, and he slowly turned his head to look at the professor in charge. Ready. Chapter 214, Was this how he did it? 1. The sudden turn of events wasn't something that anyone could have predicted, be it those from the Aurora Empire, and those from Haven. Opening her eyes, Aoife's gaze fell on Killian, who stood at the center of the arena with several dozen magic circles behind him. The very air felt thick around him, and at a glance, Aoife could feel immense pressure coming off of him. He's strong. That was something that she already knew, but she didn't know it was to this extent. Judging from the density of the mana he's giving out, he's probably very close to tier 4, perhaps even reached it. Leon's voice reached her from the side. Listening to what he had to say, Aoife slowly nodded her head. She could feel it too. He was definitely not someone that she could beat without giving it her all. And even then, there was no guarantee that she'd win. Bang! Startling her out of her thoughts was a certain noise that came from the arena grounds. Turning her head, she pursed her lips. The first round is over. The winner is Cleon Mandral from the Aurora Empire. The fight lasted no longer than a couple of seconds. At that moment, the arena grounds were quiet. Neither one spoke as they stared at the figure that stood in the middle without a care for the world. Should I go? Leon fiddled with the hilt of his sword. He was itching to go, and just as he was about to, Aoife raised her hand and stopped him. No. No. Leon looked at Aoife in confusion, but then, as if he could read her thoughts, he frowned. Are you planning on having him continue so that we can tire him out? Yes, Aoife replied indifferently while looking at the other cadets who sat alongside her. This is the best chance that we have at beating him and everyone else from the other empire. Leon stood quietly without saying a word. He wanted to disagree but found himself unable to. Realistically speaking, this was indeed the best option for them. It was a risky option. Losing would certainly affect the morale of the cadets. But at the same time, if they were to pull through and beat the strongest member of the Aurora Empire, then they'd be able to gain momentum for the upcoming summit. There's also them. Leon glanced towards the other side, where the other members of the Aurora Empire sat. Two people in particular stood out to him, Aiden Rothwild, and Jessica K. Puffton. Besides Kealian, they were the two people that they needed to watch out for. Thinking about their strength, Leon pursed his lips and nodded his head. All right. I'll listen to you. On the other side, this is boring. Why did he decide to go ahead and participate? A young girl with short brown hair lazily sat on her seat while she stared at Killian, who stood at the center of the arena platform. Staring at her nails, her eyes paused on a certain figure that stood on the opposite side. Her lips pursed with interest. He's pretty handsome. Still, he looks pretty beatable. What's the point of thinking of whether you can beat him or not? Aiden spoke from next to her as he stared at Killian. That guy will probably make quick work of everyone. We will likely not get a chance to do anything. What a pity. Jessica lowered her head in disappointment. Then, as if recalling something, she snickered. But what about you? How are you doing? What about me? Aiden frowned while staring at Jessica, who continued to snicker. Don't act like you don't know. Everyone here has seen you cry in the canteen. Gek. Did you miss home that much? Shut up. Aiden glared at her while turning his attention back to Killian. At the same time, he crossed his arms while his expression frosted over. I can't see the bastard who did that to me. Those cowards probably wanted to play some dirty tricks in order to affect my mentality. His teeth clenched tightly. They're lucky Killian took over. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning behind his words was clear. Jessica stared from the side and held both sides of her shoulders. Oh, goosebumps. Yet again, she started to snicker. Aiden looked at her for a brief moment before turning his attention back to Killian. Bang! The 10th round is over. The winner is Cleon Mandral from the Aurora Empire. It had only been several minutes since the exchange had started, and they were already on the 10th round. Wham! Yawns could be heard from the other cadets. The fights were quick, with little chance for his opponents to do anything. They were understandably bored. TSK. Aiden clicked his tongue. These boring matches will probably continue until the last few matches. The intent behind those from Haven was clear. Waste Killian's stamina and finish him off at the end. There was only one flaw with this strategy. Killian. His stamina was his strongest suit. This tactic was a futile strategy. Hey. Smirking slightly, he looked up to stare at the black star. They must be realizing their situation just about now. I wonder what they're going to do now. Are they going to still waste more stamina? Or are they finally going to fight? Aiden would be more than happy if they continued like this. At the end of the day, he didn't think they'd lose. And once Haven did lose, the reality of the situation would sink in on every one of them, forcing them to lose all semblance of morale. That thought made Aiden smile as he stared at Killian's back. You know what to do. It stood tall and on all fours. Its fangs were long and sharp, and the pressure alone could suppress anything that was within its vicinity. Killian had once stood before this creature. He could recall all the details about the experience. But in particular, if there was one thing he could never forget, it was its gaze. For that was the first and last time he had ever experienced it. Fear. The 12th round is over. The winner is Killian Mandral from the Aurora Empire. Has he still not shown up? Hearing the professor announce the result of the match, Killian looked around. He could still see no trace of the cadet he had seen in the canteen. As such, he felt disappointed. From his uniform, he was a first year. How come he isn't here? Is he still hiding? Or was what he had seen fake? Could it be that it had all been fruit of his own imagination, and what had happened had nothing to do with the cadet but Aiden? At first, Killian was confident that what he had seen that day was real. But now, he wasn't so sure anymore. Perhaps, he had really been imagining things. He let out a long breath at the thought. His emotions started to boil, and anger started to rise from deep within his chest. That was when he turned his attention towards the cadets from Haven. There were 8 left. His stamina was still almost full, and he hardly had broken a sweat from all the fights he had. That went to show how low their level was. Let's get this over with. Seeing the serious expressions on the faces of the cadets from Haven, Killian grew even more annoyed. It was for that reason that he came up with a decision. All of you, come fight me together. His words startled everyone present, be it those from his side, or the professors. But Killian didn't care. He wanted to get this over with. He was wasting his time here. Since he could not get what he wanted, he just wanted to finish everything in one go and head back to his room. He was just about to speak again when a single clap echoed throughout. Clap. It was soft, and yet, it rang loudly within Killian's mind. Startled, Killian looked in the direction of where the clap sounded but found that there was no one. Clap. The clap sounded again. It spread evenly throughout every corner of the arena grounds. The strangest part of it all was the fact that he seemed to be the only one who had noticed the clapping. Killian felt a certain sensation run through his body when he realized it. Chills. It was chills. His chest trembled unevenly as he struggled to keep himself composed. Clap. Clap. The claps continued, this time growing faster and louder. Clap. 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 The claps grew more and more frantic, and Killian found himself a familiar sensation running through every inch of his body. He started to struggle to breathe. Sweat trickled down the side of his face at the same time. Clap, clap. The beat of his heart quickened, and he started to lose control of his legs. He wasn't sure what was happening, but as he looked around, he could see the weird looks he was receiving from the people around him. What's going on? Killian continued to look around in panic. The source. He needed to find the source of the sound. And, he found it. Sitting by the far end of the arena was a familiar-looking cadet, with his bangs covering his face. He sat with a relaxed look. His gaze was locked on him, and with his legs spread open and his back leaning back, he clapped in his direction. Clap, clap, clap. His claps continued, and Killian felt himself lose his breath. At that very moment, he was reminded of the distant past, reminded of a certain emotion he hadn't felt in a very long time, and he slowly brought his hand towards his chest. Ha! Something was starting to eat at his heart. It was slowly consuming his mind, making it hard for him to think properly. Ha! Ha! His breathing grew more rampant, and just when he thought the sensation would continue, everything stopped. From the claps to the sensation eating at his chest. Everything had grown quiet. It was eerily quiet, and for a brief moment, Calamities could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. It was fast. So fast, that silence, however, was soon broken by a certain voice. Was this how he did it? Calamities shuddered at the sound of his voice. And then, with just a blink, everything returned to normal and the figure disappeared. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. And that was when Calamities finally understood what he had been feeling. Fear. He had finally felt it again. Chapter 215, Was This How He Did It? 2. Ha ah ha. Calamities felt his breath return. It all came in at once, and abruptly. The sensation was hard to describe and it felt as though someone had punched him in the chest. Drip, drip. Unknowingly, sweat trickled down the side of his face as he looked around him. The noise returned, and before he knew it, a cadet with black hair and grey eyes was standing before him. He seemed to be saying something to him, but he couldn't quite hear what he was saying. No, rather, he couldn't hear at all. Besides the constant ringing in his ear and the sound of his own thoughts, he heard nothing. Who? Calamities did recall seeing him before. In fact, he probably knew who he was. It was just that. I can't. All he could think about was the cadet he had seen a few moments prior in the stands. His body continued to shudder. An uncontrollable, almost primal feeling dug its way into his mind, making it hard for him to think properly. Where what? Calamities blinked and looked at the grey-eyed cadet. Finally, he could hear again. And that was when he recalled the cadet in front of him. Leon was it? Yes. He might know that. Cadet. Long hair, black hair. First year. Handsome. Calamities could feel Leon look at him with a frown. What are you talking about? Do you really not know? Know what? Leon's frown seemed to deepen, and Calamities recalled all the mana that he had been channeling in the air. So he doesn't know? The sudden shift in his attitude confused Leon, who seemed to be unable to understand what was going on. Calamities on the other hand turned around and headed back to the seats. Done. Be it Leon, and everyone else present, they all looked at Calamities in shock. Wasn't he the one who had just challenged everyone to get there? What was up with the sudden change in attitude? Leon stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder. Wait, what? But he stopped the moment he caught a glimpse of Calamities' expression. His face was pale, to the point where he looked sick. His shoulders were also trembling, and his eyes seemed unfocused. He was a completely different person than he had been just a few moments prior. Just what? Leon looked at the scene stunned. It wasn't because of his state, but more like, where have I seen this before? Because he felt like he had seen such a reaction before. And it didn't take long for Leon to figure out that scene he had seen before. It was none other than himself. He let go of Calamities' shoulder. The moment he did, Calamities returned without saying a single word. Leon stared at his departing back without saying a single word. Turning around, he headed back to where the others were seated. In particular, he could feel Oif's gaze on him. It was bearing holes through his chest. With just a glance, he could tell what she wanted to say and he pursed his lips. He doesn't want to fight anymore. No. Leon stopped, turning his attention back to Calamities, who was sitting back in his seat. He was surrounded by the other cadets but appeared to be in a state of his own. That was when Leon finally spoke again. He can't fight anymore. Not in the state he's in. Not in the state he's in? It was Kira who spoke, frowning from the side while chewing on a licorice stick. It was something she had started doing recently. Apparently, it helped with her addiction. Yuck. I hate this. But she also seemed to hate it at the same time. Leon nodded his head and took a deep breath. I think. He paused, finding his chest growing heavy. Julian is back. Tack. The licorice stick fell from Kira's mouth while the area around him turned silent. Leon didn't need to look to understand what sort of expressions they were making. But he couldn't be bothered to think about them. Seeing the state Calamities was in, he swallowed his saliva. When When did he do that? I am a mighty dragon. A loud voice echoed in the air. It bellowed throughout the entire room, covering every inch of it. What came after it was a, meow stupid cat. Almighty stood on top of the wooden table while coldly staring at the black cat roaring beneath. What did you call me? Stupid cat. I'll kill you. Hopping onto the wooden table of the room, the cat tried to attack the owl. Unfortunately, it was a futile attempt. Flapping its wings, Almighty floated in the air and attacked with its beak, hitting the cat squarely at the top of its head. Meow. The cat flinched, holding onto its head. Looking up, it cursed. Darn owl, am a tree, and am a dragon. Hey, damn owl. The cat jumped up in the air and tried to swing at Almighty, but it was all useless as Almighty easily avoided the attack and counter-attacked. Meow. Bang. Falling on the ground, the cat lay on the floor for several seconds before it looked up with indignation. If only I wasn't in this stupid form. But you are. Almighty stood back on the table while staring at the cat with cold disdain. Its gaze seemed to say, you, a dragon? Know your place, cat. Stop. Keep it quiet. It was a certain voice that stopped the two of them from quarreling further. The moment the voice sounded, the two of them stopped talking, and the cat got back on the ground before meekly walking towards the figure sitting in the middle with his eyes closed. In his grasp was a black cube that was continuously changing shapes. That human. The cat's attitude was a stark contrast with how it had been with the owl. It was a lot more meek, and all the previous arrogance it held was gone. About my name. You don't like it? That. The cat didn't need to finish its sentence to make its intent clear. Yes, it didn't like its name. Too bad, Julian coldly said while the cube in his hand continued to take different shapes. I'm not changing your name. I'll think about changing your name after you repent for what you've done. I'm in this state because of you, Pebble. Human. The cat shouted in despair. Flicking its head, two piercing red yes met its gaze, and the cat noticed the corner of Almighty's beak curl into a mocking smile. You darn owl. The cat charged at the owl once more. Staring at the interaction from the side, Julian lowered his head to stare at his hand which was faintly covered by a layer of mana. Die you owl, am a tree. In the background, he could hear the sound of Almighty and Pebble fighting. Pebble was the rock dragon. After the gruesome experience, he had managed to subdue the rock dragon and forced it to submit to him. Julian's memories of the time he had spent in the Will's world were blank. For his own safety, he had to seal all the memories of the event. Every time he was brought back to that time, start to lose his state of mind. He was just a thin thread away from insanity. No, perhaps he had already gone insane. But how could he know? A lot of the time, mentally ill people didn't even know they were ill. He could very well have already gone insane. Not that it particularly mattered to Julian. He was already insane, to begin with. A laugh escaped his lips. Rather quickly, he covered his mouth. Drip. And that's when a tear fell. Staring at the tear that stained the wooden floor beneath him, Julian frowned and his chest started to boil. He felt anger surge from deep within him. Calm down. It was a certain voice that brought him out of that state, and he felt a cold touch over his shoulder. Only then did his emotions subside and he closed his eyes. Thank you, MHM. Delilah walked past him and sat down on the chair of the room. Stop floating around you owl. Meow. Looking at the spectacle on the side, Delilah turned her attention back to Julian. I'm amazed by the sight every time I see it. Who would have thought there was such usage to the bones? Julian remained quiet. It had been over a week since he had awakened from the nightmare, and he had been unable to hide Almighty and the dragon from Delilah who had sharp eyes. In the end, he told everything to her. He, of course, omitted a few things, but she now understood what they were. With that being said, he knew she wasn't here to admire the two of them. And as expected, she got right to the point. Why did you do it? Because I felt like it. Julian didn't dodge the question and answered right away. He had been told by Delilah to not interfere in the match or go meet the other cadets. There were mainly two reasons for such an order. For one, Delilah didn't think his mind was stable enough for human interaction. He was extremely sensitive to emotions in his current state. All it took was a certain trigger for him to be swallowed up by that emotion. It was for that reason that he wasn't allowed to meet with anyone. But that wasn't the only reason Delilah didn't let him out. The current Julian, he was dangerous. Too dangerous to be let out. Even Delilah felt this way, and she was way stronger than him. The current Julian, although lagging behind significantly compared to the other top cadets in tier as there had been no significant increases there, was far more dangerous than any other cadet. Delilah wasn't sure what had happened during the months he was stuck fighting the will, but she knew that if it were to come down to it, to be able to beat anyone he faced right now. He truly embodied what the Black Star signified, power above all. But it was an unstable power. If not controlled properly, Delilah was afraid to break everyone on sight. For that reason, she had to limit his exposure to the other cadets. At least, until he was stable again. Delilah closed her eyes and took a small breath. The exhibition match ended early because of your actions. We ended up winning. Leon managed to defeat their top 2 cadets alone. He did. Julian looked up with a smile. It was a rare smile, and Delilah found it hard for her to get used to it. The current Julian was simply too different than the Julian that she knew. He was a lot more expressive, and his face was no longer blank. And yet, Delilah found it way harder for her to read him. The changes were shocking, and Delilah found herself asking the same question over and over again. Just what level did he reach with his emotive magic in the past 5 months, and how did he do it? It was a question Delilah wanted to know the answer to. Perhaps, I can also know. But she stopped herself each time. Closing her eyes, she pushed such thoughts away. Get ready. We will be departing in a couple of days for Bremner. The 2 of us will go in advance. Standing up, her figure started to fade. Remember the words that I told you. Don't interact with the others until you're fully healed. Such were her last words before she left. Julian stared at her disappearing figure with a blank look. Then, once she was fully gone, he raised his head to stare at the empty ceiling of the room. That might be too late. Chapter 216, Was This How He Did It? 3. None of you should think about resting for the next week or so. Professor Thorn Whisper's cold voice echoed throughout the confines of a small room. Lined up in front of him were the 20 or so cadets who had been selected to represent the Aurora Empire. Unlike the Nerzainsifa Empire, which ruled by suppressing the citizens' power, the Aurora Empire was one where strength mattered the most. Power struggles often occurred because of this. But it was the way that the Aurora Empire operated. The strong survived, and the weak were cast aside. It was something that everyone present knew, and yet, should I discard all of you? They had lost, pathetically at that. Professor Thorn Whisper's gaze coldly swept the cadets. In particular, his gaze paused on 3 figures. Aiden, Jessica, and Killian. Step forward. The atmosphere turned oppressive under his voice. Besides Killian, who stepped forward without showing much of a reaction, there were hints of hesitation in Aiden and Jessica's faces. Regardless, they soon stepped forward. Without saying anything, Professor Thorn Whisper walked around them before raising his fist. Bang! Yuke! Aiden's body lurched back as the professor's fist hit him directly in the stomach, forcing him back several meters. Yuke! Puke started to flow out from his mouth as his eyes widened in pain. That was merely the start. Bang! A kick flew in the air, landing squarely on the cadet's cheek, twisting his body to the side. The sound of the impact was loud, and yet, nobody made a sound while they watched from the side. Bang! 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 The sounds continued. They were endless, and they only stopped once Aiden was no longer moving. It was Jessica's turn next, and she too was subjected to the same treatment. Yuka! Bang! There were no protests from the other cadets. They could only watch as their 3 leaders were mercilessly beaten to the point where they were on the verge of death. Such was the law of the Aurora Empire. This was the culture that was bred into them, and what was currently happening was merely their own way of beating the weakness out of them. Who? Lifting his blood-stained fist, the professor's gaze turned to face Killian, who stood without so much as an expression. You! His cold voice echoed quietly within the room. sending chills down the spines of some of the cadets. Professor Thornwhisper was usually cold, but today they could tell that he was especially angry. His source of anger was none other than Killian. "Why did you stop?" Killian didn't answer and merely looked back at the professor. Bang! His head smacked to the side as a fist flew to his face. "Answer me." Blood dripped down from the side of Killian's cheeks. Tracing his thumb over the wound, he answered, "I was bored." Bored. Professor Thornwhisper laughed. His laugh bellowed throughout the entire room before eventually coming to a stop as his cold gaze bore down on Killian. "Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I can't see what sort of reaction you were making during your match?" He pressed his finger against Killian's shoulder. "You were scared. You gave up because you were scared." Killian bit his lips. "Scared." He clenched his teeth. Bang! The first came, and his head smacked to the side. A familiar pain washed over him, forcing his mouth shut. Bang! Bang! The fists came into barrages, each stronger than the other. Professor Thornwhisper didn't hold back at all. Blood spilled throughout the entire room as Killian fell to the floor while the professor mounted him from the top and smacked his face from left to right with his large fists. It was a gruesome sight. And yet, nobody said a thing while they watched in silence. Such was the fate of those from the Aurora Empire. Everyone was used to such a scene. Killian too. And thus, bang, he could only accept the punishment. Even as his consciousness started to blur. After all, this hadn't been the first time he had been treated as such. Rustle. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, scattering the leaves of the trees. Silence took over the surroundings as a figure walked into the forest, shattering whatever silence took over. Cough, cough. Leaning against one of the trees, Killian coughed several times. Blood leaked from his mouth as he leaned over, and took several deep breaths. Ha ha. He stared at his trembling hands. Just why isn't it stopping? His entire face was covered in bruises with cuts all over the place. Several hours had passed since the beating, and the pain had subsided. Usually, after such beating, dressed. And yet, can't sleep. Glaring black circles formed beneath his eyes, and as he looked around, he felt his entire chest grow heavy. Images of the cadet from before replayed in his mind over and over again, forcing him into this strange unknown state that he couldn't tear himself away from. It was as if something was crawling the depths of his mind, and influencing his thoughts. The constant reminders were like nightmares. They haunted his mind constantly, forcing him out of sleep. He found himself unable to sleep, and before he knew it, he was standing in the middle of the forest that was resting outside of the academy. Just what in the hell? What are you so worried about? A certain voice tickled his ear, and Killian's expression hardened as he pressed his foot forward to distance himself from the voice before turning around and launching several magic spells in the direction of where he had been. Bang, bang. His reaction was incredibly fast, and it took no more than several seconds for all of it to happen. Dust and debris scattered everywhere, hindering his vision. It took several seconds for everything to calm down. Once it did, all Killian could see were small craters on the ground, but nothing. There was nothing. Killian's head flicked to surveil the surroundings. His eyes scanned every nook and cranny of his surroundings, and yet, regardless of how hard he looked, he couldn't find any trace of anyone. That he was sure he had seen someone. It couldn't be that he was imagining things again, right? No, you weren't. A voice whispered in his ear again. Killian's head flicked again as he felt his heart jump out of his chest. Twisting his body, he elbowed the area behind him. Swoosh. But just like before, all he met was air. Looking around, Killian's expression hardened. Show yourself. Sure. A reply came shortly after and Killian's head flicked towards one of the trees. Finally, he managed to spot the figure he had been looking for. Sitting on top of one of the tree branches, he looked down on Killian. It's you. Finally, Killian managed to see the figure that had been haunting him. He wasn't sure whether to feel relief or anything else. Regardless, at this very moment, his only thoughts were to eliminate the figure before him. The source of his weakness. Swoosh. Killian wasted not a single second. Raising his hand, over a dozen magic circles floated behind him. his hair scattered, and the mana in the air grew extremely dense and thick. He was just about to unleash the spells when a hand pressed against his shoulder and he felt something cool run down his body. "Calm down, will you?" Killian felt his entire body grow cold. Blinking his eyes, he noticed that the figure that had been sitting on the tree was long gone. When Killian's breathing grew even rougher as he silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. All sorts of thoughts were running through his mind, and just as he was about to do something, the hand that pressed over his shoulder left and the cadet raised both of his hands. "Well, I'm not here to fight you." He took several steps back, and Killian turned his body to face him. They were only a few meters apart. And that was when Killian finally noticed something. The man that stood before him, he was nowhere near as strong as him. In fact, he seemed to be a lot weaker just from his mana signature. Around the early stages of Tier 3. "Who are you?" The cadet smiled. It was a smile that made Killian frown. "You already know." "I don't." "Do you not?" Brushing his hair up, a face finally was revealed, and Killian felt his body tense. "That face. Do you know who I am now?" Killian didn't answer. Taking a few deep breaths, he managed to calm himself down before finally speaking. "The previous Black Star." "Correct." Killian closed his eyes. In that moment, his mind finally cooled down and he started to recall everything that had happened so far. It wasn't long before he opened his eyes again, and his expression turned cold. "Illusion." He muttered a single word while looking around. "Everything. It's all been an illusion." Killian's thoughts were rather fast. "I did hear that your emotive magic was rather impressive. I didn't know that you had illusion magic. Coupling the two together, you were able to render me into this state." Covering his mouth, he laughed a little. That's good." He raised his head to look at Julian. "Good, but..." His eyes narrowed and the previous fear that had been seeping into his mind vanished without a trace. "That's it." Confidence started to resurge within him. "Now that I know how you did it, I no longer feel scared. You were merely playing tricks with my mind." He raised his hand, and magic circles floated all over the place. "So long as I know this, your emotive magic won't work on me." "Yes. I'll just tell myself it's all fake." Julian's hair scattered at the enormous pressure, and Killian stared at him with a cold gaze. "Now that you can no longer use such tricks on me, what are you going to do?" Julian remained quiet while staring back at Killian, who had his gaze fixed on Julian. "Don't even think about casting an illusion. I've already locked eyes with your main body." "Hey!" Finally, a reaction. Laughing slightly, Julian lowered his left hand. "You've caught me." He looked rather laid back, as if he wasn't bothered by the situation, as if he didn't care that Killian had managed to read his moves. Don't mind me. I was just practicing something I had seen before." "You just ended up being my target because you were strong." "Target? Practicing?" Killian's eyes narrowed and the mana in the air became denser. Unbothered, Julian continued to speak. "With that being said." Killian was just about to unleash his spell when he heard a low snap. Snap. The snap echoed loudly within Killian's mind. It was loud and powerful. At that moment, Killian felt his mind grow numb. He could hardly think, and the mana agglomerating around him scattered. Before he even had a chance to figure out what had happened, his legs gave up and he fell on both knees. Thump. The last thing he remembered was Julian's voice and the sound of approaching steps. What's the point of being strong if you can't even think properly? That was when an overwhelming pain engulfed his chest. It was a pain that he couldn't describe with words. Ugh. But it soon became clear to him. What he felt was anger. An overwhelming amount of anger. Chapter 217, A New Member. 1. The world was black. He could hardly hear a thing. It was only after an unknown period of time that Killian found his consciousness return. He took a deep breath while looking around him. The world was dark, with only the faint scattering of the moonlight illuminating the surroundings. The trees rustled, and a gentle, yet piercing breeze wafted through. Such was the world Killian woke up to. Rustle, oh, awake. A voice brought him out of his thoughts. It came from above. And when he looked up, his eyes locked with two hazel eyes that seemed to suck him in the moment he made contact with them. Faint recollections of what had happened resurfaced in Killian's mind. That was when he realized what had happened. "You What are you planning? He instantly grew alert. Given that he had yet to be killed, there was certainly something that the cadet wanted from him. It wouldn't be that he wanted important secrets about their empire. Ha! If whatever you think I want, wrong. Julian cut Killian off. My request isn't anything grand. I also kept you alive because I can't exactly kill you. Not that it was anything I was ever interested in doing, to begin with. My plan is simple. Thump. Julian jumped off the tree, landing on the ground while inching closer to Killian. Lowering his body to be at eye level with Killian, Julian extended his hand and Killian found himself swallowing his saliva. Just what was it? What did he want? Make me a part of your group. I am not hearing it wrong, am I? Professor Thornwhisper stared at the woman standing in front of him with incredulous eyes. Recalling her request, he couldn't believe what she was saying. You want me to take care of one of your cadets and have them pretend to be part of my group? He laughed. What sort of nonsense is this? Nonsense was a light word to describe the sudden request. Each empire could only bring a fixed number of spots. Although they were the delegates from the Aurora Empire, they weren't the only group that was coming. There were several others. To have one extra person, it was going to mess up the entire order. Therefore, it was a ridiculous request, one that he found it hard to believe. Don't think that just be. Accompany him to Bremer. I can take care of the rest. You shouldn't have any problems then, Delilah answered in a flat tone while staring at the professor. Because of her lack of expressions, it was hard to tell what exactly she was thinking. It was a fact that irritated the professor, who still shook his head. The answer is still number. I have nothing to benefit from this. You will, Delilah answered, finally displaying some sort of expression in the form of a slight curl at the end of her lips as she passed on a small orb to the professor. The professor's expression hardened the moment he caught sight of the orb, and his head immediately flicked up. Are you going back on your agreement? There was visible anger on his face as he addressed Delilah. His face was red, and the veins at the side of his neck bulged. Despite that, Delilah didn't seem all that bothered by his expression. I am not going back on the agreement. The small orb was a recording device. In it were the recordings of the exhibition match where those of the Aurora Empire lost. If such a video were to spread, we agreed that we wouldn't take any recordings of the exhibition match and keep the results to ourselves. How are you not going back on your agreement? Because you are the same, Delilah replied in a matter-of-fact tone. At that, the professor found himself at a loss for words. It was only for a brief moment as he recovered. What are you talking about? The first thing he did was refute her accusations. With a frown, his tone lowered. Are you accusing me of something? If you are, I sue. He stopped speaking halfway through. Feeling Delilah's inky black eyes on him, he suddenly found himself unable to speak any further. It was as if his entire body was being sucked into this unknown world. He could see black hands emerging from beneath the ground, clamping onto his legs, keeping him on the spot. Unknowingly, his breathing became rougher and the beat of his heart started to quicken. The sensation lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough for the professor to imprint the feeling into his mind. As expected of this monster, it was a clear warning from her. He could not refuse her offer. But if that wasn't enough, I know you also have a recording. There's no point in trying to hide it from me. Ha ha. He found the situation to be hilarious. For one of the strongest within the Nurzane Sifu Empire to have such a request. Not only that, but for her to know he had also been recording. As expected, nothing escapes your eyes. The cat was out of the bag and the professor knew that he couldn't continue to pretend unless he wanted to die. Fine. He had no choice but to accept her request even if he didn't want to. But I will only take him to Bremer. We will part ways halfway there. Things will be complicated if the other teams question me about him. That's okay. Delilah nodded quietly. This is all I need. Okay. The professor wanted to ask for the reasoning behind the request and why she couldn't have had him sent through a portal done by her, but he knew his place and remained quiet. It's only one cadet. He shouldn't cause too many problems. At worst, help personally interfere. But there was something the professor was curious about. About the cadet. Are you not worried he'll do something to him? Or perhaps the other cadets? Worried. Delilah looked at him for a few seconds before turning her head. For a moment, Professor Thornwhisper almost thought he saw pity flash across her eyes. Pity? No, there's no way. Just do your job. If anything happens to him. She didn't finish her sentence, but her intent was clear. Her figure blurred shortly after that, leaving the professor standing by himself. Staring at the area where she had been, he let out a long breath before closing his eyes. A pity such a strong person isn't from our empire. The first thing Leon did after the match ended was knock on Julien's door. He didn't live that far from him. In fact, they were rather close, both living on the same floor. Julien. When the door opened, Leon blinked a couple of times before he smacked his head. Right. Julien's room was different from the one he had previously. There was a specific room that was reserved for the Black Star, which now belonged to Oif. She did try to reject the room, saying that she was comfortable where she was, but rules were rules. In the end, she ended up moving into Julien's old room. Since it had been a while since this had happened, Leon had forgotten all about it. What are you doing here? Questioned by Oif. Leon opened his mouth to reply when she cut him off directly. Let me guess, you wanted to see if Julien really is back. Was he that obvious? Well, considering that he had actually gone to his previous room and forgotten all about it, then it did make sense. Don't bother checking. Surprised, Leon looked up. That was when he saw Oif scratching the side of her face. I may or may not have also tried. Feeling Leon's gaze, Oif lowered her head in defeat and sighed. I just wanted to tell him that he can be the Black Star if he wanted to. This job. Oif lowered her head to stare at her blazer. I thought I really wanted it, but I am not so sure anymore. No, Oif actually knew the reason why she didn't feel like being the Black Star despite officially being one. She didn't earn it, not only because Leon forfeited and gave it to her, but also because Oif didn't get it with her own powers by defeating Julien and Leon to be the first. It was exactly for this reason that she went ahead and tried to contact him first. But he wasn't there. Or at least, there was no one in the room. You don't seem to be someone that would lie. I assume you have your reasons for thinking that Julien is back. He wasn't there when I went there, and I still don't think he is. How confident are you about your assumption? That. Leon lowered his head and thought for a good moment. Then, after a few seconds, he shook his head. I was pretty confident, but I'm not so sure anymore. He pinched the bridge of his nose. I'll go check it out. If he's not there, then I'm not sure. Alright. Oif nodded while Leon turned around and left. As he left, Oif turned her head to look to her right where another door was. She stood like that for several seconds before finally speaking. And I'm supposed to be the stalker. TSK. With a click of her tongue, the door opened. Standing by the door with her back leaning against the side of the door, Kira chewed on a licorice stick in her mouth. Wasn't stalking. You were just talking loud. Sure. Oif gave her a meaningful look. That didn't bide well with Kira, who turned her head and glared at her. What? Why are you giving me that look? You know it. Fuck, I don't. Sure you don't. Oif rolled her eyes while glancing at the licorice stick in Kira's mouth. Her change from cigarettes to licorice was quite recent, with her usually consuming 3 a day at best. This information wasn't hard to know given how Kira would always curse whenever she ate one. Fuck, I hate this uck. Why am I even doing this to myself? I want to go back. It was like this every day. Almost every day. Today was different. From the moment Leon said what he said, Oif watched as Kira chewed on over a dozen sticks without so much as mouthing a single complaint. That was unusual of her. Despite not showing it, she appeared to be quite nervous about what Leon said. It was a little funny to Oif, who covered her mouth slightly. Oi, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Oif smiled at Kira before reaching for the knob of her door and bringing it to a close. Oif could still hear Kira's shout as she closed the door behind her, and once she did, the room plunged into silence. Thump, thump, thump. Answer, you bitch. Ignoring the muffled shouts coming from outside, Oif took out a small stick from her drawer and placed it in her mouth. Chewing on it, she mumbled, "It's not that bad." The licorice stick. Chapter 218. A new member. 2. I will now introduce you all to a new member. His name is Timothy, and he comes from Covalia. Professor Thornwhisper introduced the cadet to the entire group. With short blonde hair and blue eyes, The cadet looked around with a smile and greeted hello. The cadet wasn't exactly handsome, however. He was also not ugly, rather, it was more like the others were a lot better looking, making him look average. Professor Thornwhisper continued, he was originally supposed to go with another group, but there's been a mix-up in communication and he will be traveling with us. Mix-up? Has there really been a mix-up? How did he end up here? I've never seen him before, have you? No. The 20 or so cadets looked at the new cadet with hints of curiosity and confusion. Covalia wasn't a very big city in the Aurora Empire. Rather, it was a fairly small city that was famous for its culinary exploits. It was rare for prospects to come out from such cities given that they weren't known for producing strong individuals. It was for that reason that the cadets didn't think much about the new cadet. In fact, some of the stronger cadets could more or less tell the strength of the new cadet with just a glance. Lower threes, Aiden mumbled silently. His face was patched up, and any hints of the bruising and scars from the previous beating were long gone. It was almost as if nothing had happened. So nothing useful. The same was true for Jessica, who chewed on the lollipop in her mouth while staring at the new cadet with narrowed eyes. She didn't say much after, and just stared at him while chewing on the lollipop in her mouth. Crunch. Crunch. Aiden's face scrunched up at the sound that came out of her mouth as she chewed on the lollipop. Sick bastard. What did you say? Jessica's head flicked in his direction. Nothing. Aiden looked away from her as he felt her glare bear down on him. It was rather pressuring, but he didn't take his words back. She was a psycho through and through. No sane human ate lollipops like that. Your expression tells me the opposite. Do you want to die? Perhaps one day, but certainly won't be because of you. Ho crunch. Jessica spat the stick of the lollipop, forcing Aiden to frown. How sure are you, Abo? Stop your nonsense. Her words were cut off by the professors. We will be departing for Bremer in several minutes. Get acquainted with your new group member in the meantime. I will go and get the portal ready. In the exact moment he left, all eyes fell on the new cadet as they tried to assess him. Lower threes, that was around the lowest standard within the group. He wasn't the lowest, but wasn't anywhere near the highest either. For an empire that operated on the basis of strength, the higher-ranked cadets merely gave him a cursory glance before looking away and going back to their own things. The lowest-ranked ones were a bit nicer, but they still didn't seem too keen on interacting with him. There was hardly anyone who showed any real interest in the new cadet, who awkwardly scratched the back of his hair before going to the front of the line. What? Finally, some of the cadets looked at the new cadet. Their expressions, it wasn't one of interest, but shock and nervousness. In an empire that operated solely based on strength, hierarchy was important. The strongest usually stood at the front, while the second strongest came right after. It was something that everyone knew, and yet, is he crazy? What is he doing? Is he looking to die? Everyone watched as he headed towards Killian, who stood at the front with his eyes closed. Under the gentle breeze, his hair fluttered behind him while Aiden and Jessica stared at the new cadet with narrowed eyes. They didn't do anything and just watched as the new cadet approached Killian and stood right next to him at the very front. The surroundings turned quiet. No one said a word as tensions rose to an all-time high. All eyes were on the new cadet, who looked around before settling right before Killian, who remained quiet the entire time. They all seemed to be waiting for him to react, to put the new cadet in his place. But, what is going on? That never happened. Killian remained standing with his eyes closed the entire time. For a brief moment, nobody reacted. They all stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Although Killian wasn't one to go berserk, whenever something like this happened, he was one of the people who was most firm about hierarchy. For him of all people to not do anything about what was going on, has the beating yesterday screwed with his brain? Is it possible that he didn't notice at all? Finally, Killian opened his eyes and turned to look to his right where the new cadet was. His eyes paused on him for a brief moment. It was only brief, but everyone felt the air grow tense, and yet, shortly after looking at the new cadet, Killian looked away without saying a thing. Yet again, everyone stood frozen in silence. They tried to process the situation but struggled to do so. Just what? The portal has been set up. Come to me. Professor Thornwhisper's voice broke everyone out of their thoughts. Approaching the cadets, His gaze paused on the new cadet for a brief moment before looking toward the others. Yet again, the cadets were surprised. Even him? What are you waiting for? Hurry up! His thunderous voice snapped everyone out of their confusion, with the new cadet taking the lead. They were all brought to a nearby portal. Stopping right before the portal, the professor looked back. The portal will lead us towards the Netherborn forest that is located near Bremer. Since portals aren't allowed in the city, we can only create a spot in the forest which we will use to train for a couple of days. It was normal for portals to be banned in capital cities. Huge protective measures were put in place in every capital that would prevent anyone from creating portals anywhere near the capital. It was mainly for safety reasons, and also because the capital was where the royal family was located. Surrounding Bremer was the Netherborn forest, which spanned several kilometers, and hosted several powerful creatures. There were several checkpoints within the forest, and currently, they were headed towards that very checkpoint, Griffin Gate. The cadets from Haven will also be there. As he spoke, the professor's eyes narrowed, his gaze pausing slightly on the new cadet who smiled shyly under his gaze. TSK. The professor almost clicked his tongue. You may have lost to them, but I don't believe you are any weaker than them. Once we join with the other groups, losing to them should be impossible. Either way, until we reach Bremer, I do not want any conflicts with them. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The cadets all shouted in unison. Looking at them, the professor nodded his head in satisfaction. Good. He then proceeded to head into the portal. Follow along. As his back disappeared, the new cadet was about to step in when a hand reached out for his shoulder and stopped him. Yes? Turning around, his gaze met with Aiden's. Sporting a frown, he was about to say something when Killian turned his head to look at Aiden. Their eyes met, and before Aiden could say something, a fist flew right to his face. Bang! Yuck! Blood leaked out from his nose as his eyes widened. What the fuck? I won't do it again. Killian cut him off while glancing at the new cadet who disappeared into the portal. He only sighed in relief once he was gone. That was when he also stepped into the portal. As his figure started to blur, Killian's voice echoed within the space. Saving your life, that is. Griffin Gate. There were several checkpoints within the Netherborn forest. Among them, the Griffin Gate was the biggest and most renowned. Rumors had it that the reason it was called as such was because the checkpoint had been built on what had been a griffin's nest. Along with dragons, 7 other creatures were considered to be at the very top in terms of bloodlines. Griffins were one such creature. This isn't bad. Stepping outside of the portal, Leon looked around. With tall wooden walls, he found himself in a small town. Could it even be called a town? It didn't seem that well developed. All structures were made out of wood, and there were hardly any roads. Despite being such a famous checkpoint, it wasn't anything big either. There were also not that many people. Wow, take a look at this place. Stepping out of the portal, Kira looked around and whistled. Are you sure we are in the right place? This place looks like it was built just yesterday. The rumors about this being built on a griffin nest isn't a rumor. Stepping out of the portal from behind, I've looked at Kira in annoyance. They are true. The monsters here are really powerful. There's no point in developing anything nice since people are only here to replenish some supplies before heading to the capital. Sure. Kira mumbled while taking out a licorice stick and placing it in her mouth. Shit. She spat on the ground shortly after. Why do you even eat it if you hate it so much? The next one to step out of the portal was Evelyn, who looked at Kira with a strange look. It's either this, or I start smoking. Evelyn thought for a moment before nodding her head in understanding. Strangely, her hand twitched as she looked at Kira. No. She had to hold herself back. Now was not the time. Is everyone here? The professor in charge of their group made a head count to make sure that everyone was present. Once he was sure that everyone was present, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Good. It looks like everyone is here. You can explore the place for the next hour or so. After that, we will start heading for Bremer. In the mean, the professor stopped speaking halfway as his gaze paused towards the distance where a new group appeared. Instantly, the atmosphere turned tense as a familiar figure stepped out. As if sensing their gazes, Professor Thornwhisper glanced at them before turning his attention back towards the portal. That was when another figure stepped out. It was a cadet with short blonde hair and blue eyes. He was someone Leon hadn't seen before, and staring at him, Leon felt the hair at the back of his neck stand. There was something about the cadet. As if feeling the same thing, he became the focus of everyone else in the group. And then their gazes met. That was when Leon felt his heart stop. Meeting his gaze, the cadet smiled and waved his hand to them as if he were saying hi. Leon, however, couldn't reciprocate the gesture. Rather, he felt his entire body grow cold. Could it be that Kalian wasn't their strongest member? And why did he feel so familiar? Chapter 219, Fog of the Thousand Illusions. 1. There was something about the cadet that Leon had a hard time describing. He didn't look strong, and yet, there was something about him that made his body tingle and dread. That feeling, it was somewhat familiar. Could it be? An idea occurred and Leon's eyes narrowed. What are you looking at? Oif appeared next to him, her eyes following his line of sight and pausing on the figure Leon was looking at. She too seemed to have realized something as her brows jumped up a little. Who is he? I don't know, Leon answered seriously. Then, looking at Oif, he shared his thoughts. He doesn't look strong, but he gives off a familiar feeling. You mean? Yes. He's most likely an emotive mage. Oif remained quiet and looked at the cadet in the distance who seemed to have noticed her gaze. He smiled curtly at her. Staring at him, Oif frowned. Regardless of how hard she tried, she couldn't think to recall a face like his. He wasn't handsome, but his face was certainly not forgettable. Especially with the creepy vibe he gave off. There was something about him that made her uncomfortable. Nonetheless, she too nodded her head in acknowledgement. Their interaction was short, and he left shortly after with his group. From what she heard, they were going on different routes, so she didn't expect to meet them again. But, just who is he? The image of the new cadet continued to replay in her mind. They had struggled quite a bit to beat a team with a forfeiting key alien. If there was another strong person added to the mix, then this is not good. Oif turned around and looked towards a short girl with shoulder-length black hair and framed glasses. Chloe, do you have any idea as to who that might be? She was the group's analyst. Her job was to research their opponents and tell them beforehand so that they could be prepared for it. Cole was rather good at her job, with her having information on all the cadets that had come from the Aurora Empire. Unexpectedly, she shook her head. No. That's the first time I've seen him. Oif's expression turned tense, and so did Leon's. Taking a deep breath, Oif pursed her lips. This is troublesome. What is? Stepping forward, Ira looked towards the distance and her eyes squinted at the sight of the person they had their eyes on. That's what we're trying to figure out. Oh, Ira nodded before looking at Oif. Feeling her gaze, Oif frowned. What? Well, chewing on the licorice stick, Ira nudged with her head. Do your thing. Oif blinked her eyes. Do my thing? What in the world was this idiot talking about? TSK. Ira clicked her tongue looking at Oif with a gaze that seemed to say, are you dumb or just stupid? Oif's frown deepened further. Just aren't you a great stalker? Ira cut Oif off, forcing her face to freeze. Holding onto the licorice stick, she pointed it in the direction of where the group just left. Do what you're good at. Stalk him so that we know who he is. I felt her hand twitch. Her cheeks. Her plump and mellow cheeks. They looked so lonely to Oif. Clank. Julian closed the door of the wooden house. The wooden floor creaked under his step as he looked around. The room was small, with just a small window by the side. There was a single bed and a sofa. I feel scammed. He had booked the room for himself and paid 100 rand for it. His group was only going to stay at the checkpoint for an hour before leaving. There was really no need for him to purchase the room. But he had no choice but to scratch, scratching the side of his neck. Julian's expression shifted slightly. His brows furrowed, and his breathing quickened. Ha! Ha! Bang! His fist smacked against the table as his eyes turned bloodshot. Uke, covering his face with the palm of his hand, Veins started to protrude from the side of his neck. Scratch, scratch. The scratching quickened. Julian's expression started to change. The same was true for his eyes and his overall demeanor. Red, red, red. As he did, he continued to mutter the same things over and over again. He seemed like a completely different person. This went on for several minutes until he felt a wet sensation on the side of his neck. He was only able to calm himself down when he looked at his hands, which were stained in his own blood. His expression started to calm down, and the anger within him started to subside. Sitting on a wooden chair, Julian looked up at the ceiling of the room and took a deep breath. I need to hurry. The trip to Bremer was an important one. His mental state was deteriorating by the day, and the personalities he had been keeping hidden within him were slowly starting to take over. Alexander in particular. He was slowly taking over. There was only one person who knew about his current condition. It was none other than Delilah. She was the one who told him to go with the other group instead of the Haven group. It was for both his and their good. A simple stimulus was enough to trigger problems for Julian. He had no choice but to stay away from them, at least until he got to Bremer, where he could find the cure. It's a pity that I have to get it myself. Delilah wasn't exactly on the best of terms with the royal family. Rather, her relationship with them was one of the worst. For that reason, she couldn't help him in that regard. The same was true for Atlas, who already did a lot to get him the dragon bone. Julian, he was on his own this time. It took 5 more minutes for Julian to completely go back to normal. Not good. Just keeping up with his own thoughts was hard. They were a jumbled mess with all sorts of voices entering his mind and trying to take over. It wasn't just that. His emotions were also an utter mess. Over the past few days, he cycled over the 6 emotions on a routine. It took every bit of his willpower to keep himself from lashing out in public. Getting to Bremer was a priority for him. Otherwise, he really would not be able to return to normal. Good thing I bought my own room. Looking at the mess he had caused, Julian sighed and started cleaning up the room. There were cracks on the table, and everything that had been on top of it was scattered all over the ground. It took several minutes for him to clean. He only relaxed once he was done, or at least, that was until someone knocked on the door. Get ready. We're starting to leave. It was a familiar voice. Killian. For him to have come personally to tell him. How nice. Julian stood up from his seat and fixed his clothes, leaving a couple of notes on the table to pay for the damage. He directly opened the door where Killian stood. Leaning against the wooden handrail, their gazes met for a brief moment as he looked behind. Why did you buy a room? Well, I needed a private space for myself, Julian answered with a small smile. He could only smile. He had long lost the ability to keep his face straight. Smiling was the only way he could hide his true thoughts. I see. Killian gave a short nod before walking down the flight of stairs. Julian followed right after, and they soon joined the main group. Everyone is here. Good. Professor Thornwhisper stood at the front like usual, doing a head count. He proceeded to head towards the main gate of the checkpoint. There were several guards waiting there, and after a brief talk, the gates began to open to display what appeared to be a large forest. There are better places to get to the capital, however. Pausing, the professor turned his head to look at them with narrowed eyes. I believe we're in need of some intense training in order to make up for the loss that you've suffered. His deep voice made its way into the ears of the cadets, who lowered their heads in shame. Good. Let's not waste any more time. The professor proceeded to head deep into the forest shortly after that. Staring at each other, the cadets could say nothing and followed him right behind. That was the start of their hell. Bremer was located within the Netherborn forest. Some could say that it was strategically built in the middle of the forest in order to make it harder to invade the capital, given that portals couldn't be built within a certain radius of the city. For someone to enter the capital, they needed to traverse the forest, which was filled with dangerous monsters. There were several strategic checkpoints placed all over the forest. The Grifton Gate was a popular point, with it providing several easy roads that travelers could take in order to head into the capital. With that being said, not all the roads provided were easy. There were several that were infested with monsters. And that was the route those of the Aurora Empire took. Holding his hand forward, Killian's hair fluttered as over a dozen spells flew in the air. impaling the trees and rocks that were ahead of him. A few moments after his spells landed, the ground trembled, revealing what appeared to be black hands as they reached out from beneath the ground. Appearing from his side was Jessica, who held onto a broadsword. With the stick of a lollipop still in her mouth, she slashed down with both hands. Bang! The surroundings shook, and the hands were severed in half. But that didn't prove to do the trick, as the hands multiplied, splitting into two separate new hands that reached out from the ground. That was when Aiden stepped forward, holding his hand forward as the hands stopped moving altogether. Then, squeezing his hands, the hands shattered into thousands of pieces, defeating the monsters. He looked at Jessica with a gloating look. "See? That's how you do it." "Fuck off." Crunch. Crunch. Spitting the lollipop stick in her mouth, the ground beneath her shook as she appeared in front of several other hands. Boom. Not bad. Observing from the distance was Professor Thorn Whisper. The monsters that the cadets were currently dealing with were known as Shadow Walkers and were creatures that utilized the dark to attack their prey from their weak points. They were rather difficult creatures to deal with as they hid in the shadows, but the group was handling the situation rather well, especially Killian, who found the Shadow Walkers wherever his gaze swept. There were supposed to be tricky figures to find, but under his gaze, nothing could be hidden. He was probably capable of taking care of all of them, but he didn't, and just brought them out of the shadows so that the others could take care of them. He was doing excellent in that regard. The professor had nothing to complain about if he hadn't forfeited then. And then, the professor's gaze wandered over to a certain cadet standing by the side with his hands behind his back. He watched the spectacle with a smile on his face. He was acting as though he had no part in the entire situation, and as if he could sense his gaze, his head lifted up to meet the professor's gaze. He smiled at him shortly after. The professor frowned at the sight but soon shook his head. He hadn't been trying to hide his gaze, so it was no wonder the cadet found him. "I guess he doesn't want to display his abilities." That was the most likely reason he wasn't doing anything. Professor Thorn Whisper didn't mind that, so long as he didn't interfere with the training. He couldn't care less about what happened to the student. His only job was to bring him to Bremer before parting ways with him. He just needed to do that and everything would be over. He'll report this later too. All it took was a single blink from the professor for the situation to change. By the time it took for him to blink, the view before him changed dramatically and the professor felt his entire body grow stiff. Where? He moved forward, his heart dropping at the same time. Where did they go? Gone. The cadets were gone. Chapter 220, Fog of the Thousand Illusions. 2. What do you think? Delilah looked up. Faye, sitting with her small legs dangling over the chair, leaned back and stared at Delilah. Putting her pen down, Delilah tilted her head. Think about what? About him. There was nothing else that she needed to say for Delilah to understand. By him she was referring to Julian. Ever since he woke up again, she started to reveal real interest in him. She had been interested in him before, but currently, her interest was at an all-time high. How did he do it? Even now, Delilah could see Faye still thinking about him. But it wasn't as though she didn't understand where Faye was coming from. Ever since waking up from his strange state, he had changed. It was almost as if he had become a completely different person. Or at least, that was what Delilah thought at first. He hasn't changed. He's the same. It's just that he has no choice but to change. Such were the words Faye had told her the moment she came to visit Julian after waking up. Delilah could still recall the somber and tense expression she wore on her face back then. I don't know what happened, but Faye's hand was pressed against Julian's temple as she looked back to her. I can't read him anymore. All I feel is an endless surge of emotions that will swallow me up if I dive deeper into his mind. Delilah. Snapping out of her thoughts, Delilah looked towards Faye, who was looking at her with her head tilted. What's wrong? You seem lost in your own thoughts. No, I was just thinking about the words you told me in the past. Which ones? The ones you told me after you checked up on him. About how you would be swallowed if you dove deeper into his mind. Ah, that. Faye smiled helplessly. I really don't know what happened. The moment he woke up, I saw something that he'd never seen before. Extending her hand forward, she looked at it. Even now, thinking back to that moment, Her hand started to tremble. All I feel is goosebumps. Faye closed her eyes. His control over his emotions is still severely lacking, but his power and intensity, they are at a level that I can't gauge. He might even have surpassed me in that aspect. Delilah listened in silence. She wasn't too surprised by the revelation. Thinking about the expression she had made back then, Delilah could more or less tell that Julian had reached an entirely new level of emotive magic. But it's a pity that the power is consuming him, Faye said while leaning back on the chair. Delilah closed her eyes. Indeed, Julian was being consumed by his own emotions. This was something that everyone who had been present could see. At certain points, start to display extremes for each emotion. It took several days for him to completely stabilize. But even then, he was still struggling to keep himself from lashing out. It was for that reason that they didn't want him to attend the classes. He was just too dangerous. Well, it's not like the situation is completely helpless. Faye spoke while drumming her fingers over the armrest of the chair. Scratching her chin, she thought for a moment before saying, "There's actually a special pill that he can consume in order to stabilize his condition. I wanted to request it for him, but you know." Faye scratched the side of her cheek, and Delilah nodded. Just like her, she also didn't have a good relationship with the royal family. Her request would probably be rejected without a thought, especially since the pill was extremely expensive and rare. There was only one way for Julian to acquire the pill: win the 4 Empire Summit, or at least, display enough talent to attract the attention of the royal family. It's possible. Delilah knew of Julian's capabilities. If it was the current him, then, actually, it's not like that is the only way that he can be cured. Delilah's thoughts were abruptly cut short by Faye, who was speaking to herself. It's not like he has to get the pill to be completely healed. There are other ways for him to suppress the overload of emotions, but they are going to take way too much time. Listening from the side, Delilah tilted her head. How come this was the first time she learned of this? What? As if she could read her thoughts, Faye frowned, thinking, why I never mentioned it. Right? It's because it's not something that he can do and will probably take a lot more time. I see. What? You don't believe me? Faye sat up. Her demeanor turned extremely serious. He needs to let go. Let go? Yes. Faye nodded her head seriously. If he wants to heal the other way, he needs to let go of himself entirely. It was an unexpected situation. In one moment, everything was calm, and in the next moment, the surroundings changed. A dense fog covered the surroundings. What's going on, Professor? I can't see anything. The cadets were naturally confused, but there wasn't much panic to begin with. Everyone was able to remain composed, and order was quickly regained. Leading everyone was Killian, who was quick to organize everyone. Make sure you hold the hand, or something, of the person next to you. It's so that we can be sure that we don't lose each other. This situation, although unexpected, wasn't something that left him flustered. He had been in far worse situations and was able to retain his cool because of it. Once everyone is holding a hand, I will shout a name to make sure that everyone is present. Looking around, he held onto a hand with his left hand and reached out for another with his right hand. But his expression changed slightly when he noticed who the hand belonged to. Closing his eyes, he was about to curse silently, when he realized that his presence was a good thing. Right? He's also strong. In that case, he felt his burden lessen slightly. I will start with the lowest rank. He looked around at the fog and shouted, Jeffrey. His words were met with no response. Frowning, Killian shouted again, Jeffrey. But yet again, he was met with silence. He waited a few more seconds before feeling his heart drop. Not good. He was just about to shout again when he blinked his eyes. For some reason, his left side felt light. Just wah. Killian's expression twisted as he looked towards his left hand. He was holding onto a hand, yes, but it was a severed one. Drip, drip, blood oozed from the stump, revealing the bone of the arm within. The grotesque sight made his stomach churn uncontrollably. Turning his head hastily to look to his right side, he was relieved to see that there was no problem there. Whoever is close to me, say something. His words were met with silence. It can't be. Killian was still not panicked. Looking around and seeing that there was no response, he closed his eyes and was quick to come to terms with the situation. We've been separated. He turned to look towards Julian. Do you have any idea of what's going on? I do not, Julian answered with a shake of his head. He also seemed confused by the situation, but there seemed no trace of panic in his expression. It was still as relaxed as Killian remembered. Or was it? Looking closely, he could see his pupils shaking slightly. No, not just his pupils. His hand too. Just what in there? Killian quickly ducked down. There, a black head emerged from behind him, separating the fog away briefly as it reached out to grab onto the air. Twisting his body, Killian pointed his finger at the hand where a small magic circle formed. Heek! A scream echoed and a hand was severed. Staring at the hand, Killian's expression turned serious. I wasn't able to detect it until the last moment. He felt his heart grip with a certain anxiety. This had never happened to him before, and as he looked around, he realized that all of his senses had started to dull. Be it his vision, sense of smell, and hearing. They had all been dulled to the point where he could hardly focus. Oh no! Thump. He started to hear the sound of his own heart. It drummed loudly within his mind. What is going on? Despite everything, he was still able to force himself to keep calm. Taking a few deep breaths, he cast a small shield around him and Julian. That should stop the enemies from. Killian's expression changed dramatically. As he turned his head to look at Julian, his blood ran cold. Instead of Julian, a gaunt woman with hollow black eyes and a skeletal frame stood there, gripping his hand. Her long white dress flowed like a shroud, adding to the eeriness of the situation. What? For the first time, he started to feel hints of true panic as he hastily let go of her hand. Or at least tried. She didn't let go. He held his hand in her direction. A multitude of magic circles formed right behind him as the mana surrounding the two started to become denser. He was just about to unleash the spell when a cold, clammy hand shot out from behind, wrapping tightly around his neck. Killian's eyes widened. As he turned his head, his blood ran cold. Another woman had appeared, her lifeless eyes boring into him with a chilling intensity. She too was wearing the same white clothes as the girl before him. Their clothing was tattered, but Killian could just faintly make out a golden insignia among the rags. His curiosity was short-lived. Without warning, a cold hand shot out from behind him, clamping down on his mouth, silencing his breath with a grip of icy dread. He wanted to shout, but the words couldn't leave his mouth. A sudden sense of despair overtook his mind at that moment as his entire body started to grow numb. The last thing he saw before his mind blacked out was an aged and sunken expression. His world turned quiet shortly after that as he passed out. Skrrr. Standing up, the women held onto his hands and dragged him away, only for them to stop shortly after. Crack, crack. A bone-chilling crack echoed through the air as the women's heads twisted unnaturally, snapping 180 degrees. Their dead, vacant eyes locked onto a certain figure behind them. As his hazel eyes scanned the group, Julian's eyes paused on Killian. So that's where he was. Quietly mumbling to himself, Julian's eyes started to twitch. Then, staring at the women in front of him, he closed his eyes. Right, he raised his foot. I might as well try the new skill. And pressed it against the ground. Chapter 221, Fog of the Thousand Illusions. 3, bang. The ground beneath Julian's feet crumbled, and the surroundings shook. All of a sudden, the creatures before him stopped in their tracks, their backs slowly hunching down in a manner that made it seem like they wanted to prostrate before him. Their movements stopped, and their hollow eyes fell on him. Heek! They screamed, but their bodies remained glued on the spot. Regardless of what they tried, their bodies refused to move. Rather, with the passing of time, their bodies started to lower and lower. It wasn't long before they were all prostrating before Julian, who stared at the scene silently. His cold gaze swept the surroundings. What sort of monsters are they? They really looked like humans, but something was unsettling about them that made him unsure. His eyes fell on their white clothes, more specifically, the golden insignia, and he frowned. A clue. Regardless, his gaze once again swept the surroundings before he brought his hand forward. Over a dozen threads manifested across the surroundings, creating a small fence around the area he was in. Russell stepping forward, he moved closer to the creatures who were still glaring at him while hissing. they really do look like humans. Bending down to their level, Julian lifted the chin of one of the creatures to get a better look. The moment he did, the creature tried to bite him. But Julian was unmoved. He kept his gaze firm on the creature that slowly started to sink deeper and deeper into the ground. The more he looked, the more he started to realize something. It's not that they look like humans. He let go of the chin. Bang! The creature's head smacked against the ground at incredible speeds. They are humans. Standing up, Julian's gaze paused on Killian. He was still conscious, and staring at him with widened eyes. Julian's eyes flickered slightly as his gaze paused on Killian before he flicked his hand, and he was able to breathe. Taking a deep breath, Killian's chest heaved up and down repeatedly. It took several seconds for him to calm down, and when he did, his gaze swept over the creatures. He appeared to be strangely calm. Did you say they were humans? I did, Julian replied flatly. Despite their looks, the creatures were indeed human. To tell if something was human or not was rather easy. Unlike humans, who had their cores around their abdominal area, monsters had their cores near their heads. With a simple check, Julian was able to determine that the creatures before him were in fact humans. Right, Killian muttered while taking his hands away from one of the women in white. But his expression changed slightly as he looked at Julian. It's weird. What is? Killian furrowed his brows while looking at the women in white. They are abnormally strong, and the moment their hands came into contact with me, it felt as though the mana inside of my body was being drained. I could barely channel any spells. Is that why you weren't able to retaliate? Yes. Julian stood still while staring at one of the women who was slowly sinking deeper into the ground. Lowering his body again to get a better look, he pressed his hand on one of the women and she stopped sinking. He then flipped her body over. Her breath was weak, but she was still alive. Do you recognize that? Not that it mattered to Julian, who pointed at the golden insignia on her white shirt. The insignia was that of a large eye, that stood at the top of a triangle, seemingly overlooking everything beneath. It was the first time he had seen something like that, and thus, he could only ask Killian, who stared at it with a frown. Killian stood in silence for a short moment before shaking his head. No, it looks familiar to the symbol of one of the 7 great churches, but it's slightly different. 7 great churches? Julian curiously asked. Although he had read about them before, he hadn't really paid much attention to them. But there indeed were 7 main religions in the world. Each of them seemed to worship a different god. Do you not know about the 7 great churches? I know a little. Killian looked at the golden insignia before pointing at it. That looks like the insignia of the Church of the Omniscient Seer. They aren't exactly the same, but there are similarities, especially the eye. It looks exactly the same. Julian observed the eye for a brief moment. He wasn't really familiar with the symbol of the Omniscient Seer, so he didn't really know about the familiarities or differences. Nonetheless, he could tell that there was some sort of link with whatever symbol was before him. Some sort of cult. Maybe, Killian tensely answered as he glanced at the symbol. But I'm not sure. It could be something else entirely. I see. Julian nodded and looked around. The moment he did, his expression faltered slightly. As if also noticing something amiss, Killian raised his head. His expression also changed slightly. That's a lot. Yes, Julian nodded while scanning the surroundings. Their bony hands grasped the trees, dozens of hollow eyes boring into him. Men and women with long black hair and sunken features emerged from the shadows, slowly encircling the area, their silent presence suffocating him with a growing sense of dread. Such feeling was further amplified by the emotions deep within him as Julian felt his breath grow heavier and heavier. Ha! He could tell that fear was slowly starting to crawl up from his mind. He didn't have much time before he'd be completely consumed by it. It was for that reason that he didn't waste time and pressed his foot forward. Bang! The area of effect expanded as his face turned pale. Step of suppression, such was the name of the innate skill that Julian received after merging with the dragon bone. The skill granted him the ability to suppress everything within a certain radius of him. The mana expenditure of the skill was rather large, and he could control the affected people within the area. It was the first time he had used the skill, and while it certainly was great, The downside of the skill was the fact that it didn't work very well on people who were specialized in their body path. Indeed, as some of the people dressed in white fell to the ground, some were able to remain standing while taking steps to close down the distance. Julian stared at them with a frown and swiped his hand in the air. PFTTT. Blood spurted in the air as heads rolled. While they were able to withstand the gravity, their movements were slowed. By using the threads, he was able to make quick work of them. The one who was having the easiest time was Killian, who killed mercilessly. Wherever his spell went, a person would die. The two worked silently together, covering each other's back for the next few minutes. There were a lot of people, and none appeared to regard their lives as they rushed to the two. Ha! Ha! Before they knew it, Julian and Killian's breaths grew heavy. 10 minutes had passed since the attacks started, and there appeared to be no end in sight. Just how many were there? The one who was having it the worst was Julian, as sweat trickled down the side of his face. Thump. Another person fell, and Julian stepped forward, his foot sinking into the blood-stained ground. He had tried a couple of times to use emotive magic, but it appeared to not affect the people in front of him. As if they had been brainwashed, they had no other thoughts or emotions other than to kidnap them. It was for that reason that he had no choice but to continue fighting the way that he was. But even that had its limits. Holding onto his chest, Julian felt his right eye twitch. There were still several dozen people moving toward him. Even as the gravity forced blood to drip down from their eyes, they continued forward, trying to reach for him. Swoosh. A hand almost did reach for him, but he was just able to dodge it in time. Cold sweat trickled down the side of his face as he watched the sunken arm ahead of him. I can't let that touch me. For whatever reason, the arms were capable of severing the connection one had with their mana cores. It was due to that they were able to take care of Killian, who had been caught off guard. Since they now knew that, the two of them tried their best to avoid getting touched. Swoosh, swoosh, but it was hard. Their sheer numbers were making it hard for Julian to dodge their movements, and with the numbers increasing, so was his mana expenditure, as the effects of Step of Suppression diluted in order to affect more people. Julian wasn't the only one struggling. Killian was also struggling. His face was pale, and his hair stuck to his face due to the sweat. Many other? He looked around incredulously. Julian clenched his teeth and looked around as well. His expression distorted upon noticing a further group approaching from the distance. We have to go. Julian didn't think twice about his decision. Looking back, Killian nodded his head in agreement. Do I open up a path? No, let me. Scratching the side of his head, Julian's gaze locked onto a certain direction and he turned his body. Taking a deep breath, he bit his lips and pressed his foot down. Bang! The surroundings shook, and all the monsters ahead of him stopped moving. Cough, cough. Coughing violently, Julian's body started to sway slightly. Looking at him, Killian grabbed his arm and dragged him ahead. At the same time, using his other hand, he cast several spells and a shield around them as he rushed forward. Julian, despite being tired, did his best to keep up. As the two ran, the heads of the people twisted in an unnatural manner, as they locked onto the two of them. Then, as the two of them passed them, they reached out with their hands. Clank, clank. Killian's expression changed dramatically the moment the hands reached forward, as he realized the shield he cast on the two of them didn't work at all. The hands reached closer to them. Ah, shit, they were only a few meters away. Killian held his breath. He could feel them coming for him. Coming for them. No, I can't. His eyes started to tremble. He didn't want to die. Not like this. He still had things to do. No, he couldn't. Killian's gaze lowered to stare at Julian. He was barely keeping up, and his face was entirely pale. If he were to let go, then, Killian felt his breath grow heavy. All sorts of voices started to whisper in his mind. But he helped me. Let him go. It's either him or you. Use him as bait. They grew louder in his mind, and before he knew it, his lips had gone dry. The hands grew closer. They were now almost close to him. He felt his heart speed up. Anxiety crawled up the deepest parts of his body. And, he let go. He pushed away Julian. Sorry, but one of us has to survive. In those last moments, he could recall seeing Julian's gaze. His eyes. His cold and unmoved gaze as their hands shifted away from him, and moved towards Julian. Killian felt his entire body chill. It was a familiar feeling, but he couldn't care less. Right, he's not coming back. There's no point. He turned around and didn't look back. Ha, ha, ah. With heavy breath and a surge of adrenaline, he rushed away from the group. He ran towards his freedom. Or at least, that was what he thought. Thump. Ubeknosed to him, he felt his lower half become light and he fell forward. Ha! What? At the same time, he felt a stinging pain in the lower half of his body. Grasping the ground, he tried to stand up but found himself unable to. What? Jay? His expression froze the moment he turned around and looked at his legs. Ah! To his horror, he realized, me legs. His legs. They were gone. Chapter 222, Fog of the Thousand Illusions. 4. Kill him. Destroy him. Torture him. The moment Julian felt Killian's grip on his arm loosen, something within him snapped. Anger started to boil within his body, and he extended his hand forward to where a thin thread had extended. It crept up from behind Killian, before entangling over his feet and severing them in half. How dare he! Grasping the coarse earth beneath him, Julian pushed himself up and launched himself towards where Killian was. Me legs. On the other hand, Killian was still panicked about his missing legs. So much so that he didn't notice Julian, who had arrived before him and grasped his neck. You care? Killian's face grew pale immediately as his eyes widened. Saliva flew out from his mouth as he grasped Julian's arms and dug his nails into them. But it was useless. This little pain, it was nothing to Julian, let alone a Julian who was not in the right state of mind. Kill, 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 kill. Thump, thump. Killian continued to thrash his body around in an attempt to free himself. He even tried to cast a few spells, but whenever he did, Julian would headbutt him directly in the head. Bang. Yuke. No. Killian begged. He begged and resisted. He had to get out. He needed to get out. But, there was no way out. Gradually, his breathing grew faint. His eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze was locked on Julian. There was clear hatred and anger in his gaze as he looked at Julian, but it was useless. Kill him. Make sure he pays for what he did. How dare he? After what you've done to help him, snake bastard. Julian had long lost his sense of reasoning. The only thing in his mind was Killian in front of him. He wanted him to suffer, to be in pain and to die. How could this bastard betray him after he had helped him? How? Yuke. The struggle had long stopped. Killian's face was purple, and his eyes were widened to the extreme. At that moment, Julian could see from his expression that he had long given up. He was slowly waiting for his death to come. A death that Julian was going to give him. Yes, he was going to kill him. For what he did to him, he was going to, bang. Yuke. His thoughts were abruptly cut off by a large force as Julian found himself crashing against a nearby tree. Saliva flew out from his mouth as his shoulder crashed against the tree. Cough. Holding onto his shoulder, Julian looked up to see several figures standing where Killian was. He could recognize them at a glance. In particular, two grey eyes stood out to him. Leon. But such reasoning. It only lasted for a few seconds before his mind grew blank. A few moments earlier, the situation was abrupt. In one moment, Leon and the members of the Haven group were heading to Bremer, when all of a sudden, a fog appeared out of nowhere and entrapped them all. Everyone, please hold someone. Hold on to each other. The instructor was nowhere in sight, and the only ones they could rely on to figure out the situation were each other. Thankfully, everything proceeded smoothly. What is going on? Evelyn asked while she looked around. Where is the instructor? And since when do fogs appear here? They don't. Ife answered with a frown. She was someone who had gone down this route thousands of times in the past. It was the first time that she had witnessed something like this in her life. Something wasn't right with the situation. Nonetheless, she knew where to head. Let's go this way. I see an elder glow sentinel in this direction. There was a specific breed of trees that grew the closer one got to Bremer. They were known as elder glow sentinel and were a type of breed that glowed upon touch. Pressing her hand against the hard bark of the tree, A blue imprint was left on the tree. Yes, let's go this way. They were a type of breed that only grew towards the edge of Bremer, growing more and more abundant the closer they were to the city, meaning that they weren't very far from where they needed to be. We should be there in an hour. Everyone sighed in relief upon hearing her words. The sudden situation, and the fact that the professor was missing made them all panic a little, but with Oif, who was familiar with the terrain, they no longer needed to worry. At least, that was until they heard a sudden noise coming from the distance. Bang! It was the muffled sound of an explosion, and Oif stopped dead in her tracks. Frowning, she looked at Leon and the others who were also looking towards the distance with frowns. Sadly, the fog was too thick for them to see anything concrete, let alone their own expressions. Eventually, Evelyn spoke. "Should we check it out?" Pursing her lips, Oif shook her head. "No. It's dangerous." Going there was not a great idea, especially since they didn't know what sort of situation they were in. And this was coming from someone who could hardly keep her curiosity. There were times when Oif understood that she couldn't satiate her curiosity. I am of the same opinion. Me too. The others also appeared to share the same thoughts as her. As of right now, their first priority was to get to Bremer. Everything else was a possible danger. "Let's go." Oif nodded and led the ground forward. Holding hands with the other group members, she led them forward. The noise grew more and more distant, and just when she thought she was far enough to not hear it anymore, she heard a sudden noise coming from up ahead. Bang! It was a similar noise to the one she had heard back then, but this time it was a lot closer and louder. Her steps stopped, and the same was true for the others. "What's going on?" Frowning, Leon looked up ahead. Is there something else going on?" The noise was similar, but Leon didn't think it was the same noise from before. They had clearly gone in the opposite direction. There was no way it was the same noise. Or at least, that was until he heard Oif's gasp. This, everyone's head flicked in her direction. With widened eyes, Oif looked at the tree before her. Her expression continuously changed as she looked at the tree in front of her. Just as someone was about to ask what was going on, she muttered, "It's different." She turned her head to look at the others. Just before the tree, it was supposed to be an elder sentinel, but it's not. Oif blinked her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing wrong. However, staring at the tree before her, she felt her heart drop. Indeed, what was once an elder sentinel had completely changed into a different breed. Or rather, an illusion. The elder sentinels that she had been following, they had been illusions. Oif's stomach churned at the realization. The same was true for the others. Looking around, they realized that there were no other elder sentinels and that they had completely lost their way. Chills ran down Oif's body as she looked around. Bang! Startling her out of her thoughts was the sound of another explosion. It was closer than before. What should we do? Earl looked in the direction of where the noise came from with a frown. She was creeped out by the situation, and the fact that she could hardly see was making it worse for her. All she could see was the faint outlines of the trees around her, sticking out like a sore thumb in the dense fog that enshrouded them. "Should we check out the noise?" "I still don't think it's a good idea," Evelyn said from the side. "I agree with her," Josephine added from the side. But there was only one problem. "If we don't want to head there, which direction should we go?" Leon said as he looked around. "I don't know what's going on, but the last time we moved away from the source of the noise, we ended up getting closer to it. Are we going to head in the opposite direction again?" A tense silence took over the group. Indeed, it was as Leon said. Although they weren't sure if the source of the noise was the same, they could tell that they were similar. And given that the last time they headed in the opposite direction, and yet ended up near it, would heading for the source of the noise be the correct decision? Ira ruffled her hair. "Why does this shit have to be so complicated?" Oif stood silently on the side. She didn't say anything and just looked ahead with squinted eyes. In the end, taking a deep breath, she bit her lips. "I have a feeling that regardless of which path we choose, we'll end up in the same direction of where the noise comes from." Once again, the surroundings went quiet. A sense of dread started to loom over the group as they looked towards the noise came from. Clenching his fists, Leon pressed his forearm against the hilt of his sword. "We should get ready to fight. There didn't seem to be any other choice. He too felt the same way as Oif. The situation was creepy, and regardless of where they headed, he had a feeling that they'd end up in the same spot. I agree. Oif calmed her rising nerves as she looked around. Rest up for a bit and get ready to fight. At the same time, make sure to keep your guard up. We might get ambushed at any minute now. None of the cadets present had been slacking during the academic year. Having been trained for quite a while, they were all able to keep their composure and follow her instructions. It took them now more than a few minutes to get fully ready and calm. Although Oif couldn't see their expressions, she could feel it from their general vibe that they were ready. Good. She sighed in relief. Looks like the training with them over the past half a year wasn't for nothing. Following what had happened back in the mirror dimension, she had thought it was important to get the cadets ready for situations such as those. They may not have remembered, but she did. And using the Academy's resources, she was able to train them for unfamiliar and creepy scenarios such as these. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed in the distance once more. Everyone grew alert. Are you ready? Yes, yes. Following their confirmation, Oif stepped forward and moved in the direction of where the sound came from. Rustle as she moved. She hoped that they'd distance themselves as they moved closer to the noise. However, bang! It only grew closer with each step. Taking another step, Oif pushed a couple of branches away from her face, giving her a view of the sight that lay ahead. Her expression changed the moment she looked ahead. Unlike behind them, the fog wasn't so thick. She could see clearly what was ahead, and what she saw left her breathless. The same was true for the others. All eyes were locked on a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. With a deranged, almost maniac look, he mounted a person they were all familiar with. Kalian, the strongest person from the Aurora Empire delegates. Looking around, the two of them were the only people present, and, Yuke, with both hands pressed against his neck, Kalian struggled to breathe. His entire face was purple, and his body started to convulse. He was dying. Everyone felt their breath leave their body at the sight. Their heartbeats quickened, and their muscles grew stiff. Who was he, and why was he doing this? There were only a couple of people who managed to recognize the cadet. They were none other than Leon, Oif, and Kira. Swoosh. Without hesitation, Leon rushed forward, extending his leg and kicking the cadet away from Kalian's body. Bang! His actions were fast, and the cadet hardly had any time to react. Snapping out of it, the others rushed towards Kalian and their expression twisted further upon seeing his missing legs. It's not good, Leon muttered while checking his pulse. He's on the verge of death. His pulse is extremely weak. Leon was never able to finish his sentence. All of a sudden, the gravity surrounding them increased greatly, forcing their bodies down. Before the shock could even die down, a figure appeared right before Leon. He was fast, but not fast to the point where Leon couldn't react. It was just that, the gravity. As if his entire body was being constrained. He could hardly move it. Leon could only helplessly watch as the figure blurred right before him and, bang! A powerful blow dug its way into his stomach, lifting his body slightly in the air. Cough. The blow was devastating, and a pain unlike ever before dug into Leon's mind, forcing his eyes open as something crawled up from his stomach. Blag. Leon. Because the others weren't as proficient as him in their body category, they weren't able to react on time. By the time it all happened, Leon was already on the ground puking due to the impact of the blow. Holding onto his stomach, Leon was barely able to look up. That was when his gaze locked onto two cold and unmoved blue eyes. Within those eyes, he could see madness, an unquenchable madness. And as of right now, that madness, it was directed right at him. No, them. Chapter 223, Fog of the Thousand Illusions. 5. Julian could recognize them. He knew exactly who they were, and yet, the anger that was boiling from within him was preventing him from thinking rationally. How dare he? His eyes were locked onto Leon, who was hunched down on the ground. Clearly, the blow had dealt severe damage to Leon. And that was despite Leon being someone who specialized in their body category. For Leon to suffer to such an extent. Looking around, Leon barely managed to catch his breath before shouting towards the others. Careful. He's someone who specialized in their body category. You don't have to tell me that. I've brought her hand forward, and Julian found his body stiffening. Now, shouting at the top of her lungs. Ife's face twitched as she struggled to keep Julian rooted on the spot. Given that the gravity surrounding them was extremely dense, she was struggling to keep herself upright. The same was true for the others. Take him out first. They had no choice but to deal with him first before thinking about anything else. Regardless, in their minds, the current person standing in front of them was an enemy. There was a chance he was the one responsible for everything that was going on. Ira was the first one to move. As a red magic circle floated at the top of her palm, she brought it forward and a large torrent of flames flew in Julian's direction. Swoosh! The surrounding temperature rose, and the flame rapidly made its way towards Julian. Stuck under Ife's telekinesis, Julian could only watch as the flames approached him. He could see them approaching, and yet, he could do nothing about them. In the end, he was swallowed up directly by them. Swoosh! Ha! Take that! Ira rejoiced at the sight. But she couldn't be happy for too long. Don't be too happy. The gravity is still locked onto us. Ife's words were like a bucket of cold water. Gradually, the flames extinguished and the figure remained standing. His clothes were burned, and his skin was scorched, but other than that, he was still fine. What? Ira looked at the scene with incredulous eyes. She had put quite a lot of power into that. What sort of body was this? How could it resist her flames? TSK. It was the sudden sound of someone clicking their tongue that snapped Ira out of her disbelief. Looking around, her gaze fell on Ife. What? Ira felt something boil within her chest as she looked at her. Why did you click your tongue? Something annoy you, huh? What are you on about? Ife looked back and frowned at her. Then, she looked at the figure that stood in the middle and nudged with her head. Now is not the time with your stuff. Go and finish it. I can't hold on for long. No, I'm not. Ira clenched her hand. You've been pissing me off quite a lot recently. Just because I haven't been doing shit doesn't mean that I still don't think you're a bitch. Huh? Ife's frown deepened and her hands lowered slightly. You think I'm not the same? I've been holding back quite a lot because of my responsibilities. Do you really think I care about you? We're not on the same level. Ha. I guess that's true. What's true? I thought you knew from the start. Nothing to me. Yeah. Right. Ira rolled her sleeves up before approaching Ife, who stared back at her with cold eyes. The situation between the two of them grew extremely tense. It was so abrupt that it took the others aback. Hey, guys. Stepping forward, Evelyn tried to hold Ira back. She looked at the two of them with a worried look. What are you doing? This is not the time or place for you two to fight. Fuck off. Ira pushed Evelyn in the face. Hey, what? Perhaps because she didn't expect Ira to push her so hard, she fell to the ground. Stunned, she blinked her eyes several times before she looked up and glared at Ira. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with me? What? I told you to fuck off. Stop being a busybody. This is my shit with Ife. Evelyn clenched her teeth and glared at Ira, who laughed at her mockingly. What? You going to do something about it? Cracker. Bolts of lightning started to manifest around Evelyn. They started to dangerously revolve around her as her eyes flickered coldly. Ira stared at the scene with a smirk. Are you actually going to do shit? Evelyn remained quiet, raised her hand and opened her palm. Ira remained still without doing anything. She didn't think Evelyn would do anything. But she was wrong. Boom. To her shock, a bolt of lightning directly headed for her, landing squarely in her chest and sending her body reeling back. Bang! Crashing against a nearby tree. Ira coughed heavily as she clutched onto her chest. Cough. Her body started to gradually spasm as her heart squeezed. The pain was hard to describe, and it took several seconds for Ira to recover from the pain as she glared at Evelyn. Her ruby-eyed eyes, bloodshot and wild, peered through the tangled strands of white hair that fell before her face. Her chest boiled with anger as she grasped the coarse soil beneath her, nails digging in, and pushed herself up. I'll fucking kill you. Ira's voice came out as a screech as she brought her hand forward and a magic circle appeared. However, just before the magic circle could fully form, a figure appeared right behind her. blocking her attempt. At the same time, Evelyn was also being held back by the others. "What are you doing?" Kira shouted at the top of her lungs as she glared at Leon, who held her arms. "Stop, not in the right state of mind. You need to, you ek." Kira head-butted Leon directly in the head, forcing him several steps back. Drip. Holding onto his nose, and looking down at the ground, Leon's eyes widened. He then proceeded to look at Kira, who glared at him. "This is the shit that happens when you hold me bar. PFFTT. Blood splurted from Kira's mouth, cutting her sentence short as a thin sword pierced through her chest. Her body froze, every muscle rigid with shock and pain, as she looked at Leon with widened, disbelieving eyes. He too was in shock as he stood frozen on the stop. This. Turning her head, Kira locked eyes with a familiar set of yellow pupils. Her lips twisted into a cruel smile. "Too fucking knew it." Thump. Those were the last words she managed to say before her body limped forward. The atmosphere turned silent as Oif blankly stared at Kira, who bled out on the ground. Gradually, her head raised and she locked eyes with Leon, who stared at the scene with an incredulous look. I felt her mouth twitch. "Why are you making that expression? You." Leon felt his breath leave his body. He couldn't make sense of what had happened. Did she really just kill her? Leon reached out for his sword as he took a step back. Something terrible was happening. But what? What exactly was going on? You need to car. Leon's words were abruptly cut off by a powerful force. It came from behind him, and he hardly had any time to react before his back bent backward and he heard a snapping sound. Snap. The blow was so abrupt and powerful that he had no time to react at all. He wasn't even able to scream. Thump. By the time he fell to the ground, he found himself unable to move his legs. Breathing heavily, he looked behind him where a blue-eyed figure stood. His flesh was charred and blistered, and he limped painfully with every step. Clank, clank. In the background, he could hear the relentless sound of metal clashing against metal. When he looked around, he saw chaos. Everyone was fighting against one another in a brutal, desperate struggle. Limbs flew in the air. Cadets fell on the floor. It was a massacre. Kaka. Amidst the chaos, Evelyn's lightning tore through one of the cadets, splitting them in half with a blinding flash. What is this? Leon felt his entire heart grow cold. But if that wasn't enough, he soon noticed Oif approaching the blue-eyed man, who limped slowly in her direction. Extending her hand, the blue-eyed cadet's arm twisted unnaturally, rotating a full 360 degrees with a sickening crack. And yet, he made no sound. It was almost as if he didn't feel any pain at all. This took Oif back as she tried something else. But before she could do that, Leon had dragged himself forward and latched onto her foot. "Let go." Oif glared at him as she stomped onto his face. Bang! Blood splurted out of Leon's face as he held onto her foot. "Let go." But Leon didn't let go. Rather, he held more tightly. Bang! Oif stomped on his face again. "Let go." Her voice grew louder. But Leon didn't let go. He held it even more tightly as his eyes turned even more bloodshot. In the distance, the blue-eyed cadet slowly made his way toward her. Oif looked in his direction before looking down at Leon and raising her foot. Bang! 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 "Let go, let go, let go." She grew more and more panicked with each stomp. And yet, Leon never let go. With his eyes fixed on the blue-eyed cadet, he started to laugh. Huck. Bang! "Let go." Oif's voice was now more like a screech. But it was of no use. Leon didn't let go. And, cracker. Two hands grasped the sides of Oif's head, twisting her neck cleanly as the sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. Thump. Oif's body fell shortly after that. Staring at the body, Leon remained silent for a moment before he covered his mouth. Kick. Weird sounds came out of his mouth as blood leaked from every part of his face. But he was laughing. He was laughing hysterically. You fucking murderer. You died. Die. You got what you deserved. You. His laughter was short-lived. Shortly after, a foot raised and stomped down. Bang! Leon's vision grew dark shortly after that. Kill. Bringing his foot back up, Julian stomped on Leon's head again. Bang, bang, bang. He stomped and stomped, and stomped. PFFTT. Even as blood leaked everywhere and pieces of Leon's innards scattered, he didn't stop. He just stomped and stomped and stomped. Bang. By the time he was done, the world around him was silent. Raising his head, Julian looked around, a chill running down his spine as his mind started to clear up. What? All he could see were corpses and limbs strewn across the blood-soaked ground. Everyone was dead. In the oppressive silence, the only sound was his ragged, panicked breathing. Rustle, but that silence shattered all too quickly. Nearby bushes and trees rustled ominously, and white-clothed figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding him. With hollow, lifeless eyes, their sunken faces locked onto him, unblinking and relentless. They stood still and mumbled incoherent words at him. Julian felt his entire body freeze as he felt the beat of his own heart. It was beating loudly, almost too loudly. And, thump. Falling to his knees, Julian found himself unable to move. The figures moved, slowly approaching him. Julian stared at them as they approached. He wanted to do something but found himself unable to. His vision grew dark, and he soon lost consciousness. Chapter 224, The Celestial Chorus. 1. A faint, eerie glimmer of light seeped through the mosaic windows, its feeble glow barely illuminating the towering altar at the room's heart. The air was heavy with an unsettling stillness, as if the very walls held their breath, waiting for something unseen yet deeply ominous. A man garbed in white stood before the altar. His features were aged, framed by a white cassock adorned with a pelgrina and cinched with a fringed white fascia. A golden necklace hung by his chest. Clasping his hands together, he prayed. With reverence and devotion, we offer ourselves. His voice was brittle, echoing loudly within the confines of the church. Bound to your will and purpose, there was a certain magnetism to his voice that pulled the ears of those present in this world and beyond. But there was something more to the voice, something more sinister. For we are your loyal disciples. The voice, it dripped with a chilling fanaticism that teetered on the edge of obsession. Offer us your guidance, our Lord. An obsession that drew the madness within them. Following the prayer, the surroundings turned quiet. But the silence was soon broken by a woman dressed in white as she walked up. With her eyes closed, she stopped behind the man and held onto the rosary in her grasp. Your Holiness, we have gathered the sacrifices. You have? The man spoke slowly, his gaze remaining firmly stuck on the altar. Were there any problems? None, the woman replied in a low tone. As you have foreseen, the sacrifices attacked each other. The poison seeped deep into their minds, turning them into vulgar beasts with no regard to rationality. That's good to hear. I presume you fed them that, right? Yes. Several are in critical condition, but they should all make it. But Your Holiness, the nun hesitated, looking at the Archbishop with slight hesitation. Why must we feed those inferior beings with the blood of our God? Wouldn't it be better if you were to take them? If they are to take such precious... The nun stopped. Staring at the back of the Archbishop, she felt her entire body freeze on the spot. It was an oppressive and suffocating feeling that made her hold on to her neck. You care? Thankfully, the sensation didn't last for long as it faded and the Archbishop's voice echoed again. Anything else? The nun lowered her head. We have lost 30 brothers and sisters to the instructors. It is also likely that reinforcements will come. That is okay, His Holiness replied. This was within my prediction. Slowly turning around, Archbishop Lucas revealed his eyes, which were stark white and devoid of emotion. Despite his kind smile, there was an unsettling coldness in his gaze as he looked down at the nun on the ground. I can see ahead. He spoke softly. For Heraclius has granted me sight. It was the sight that allowed him to know the sacrifices were coming. I have foreseen their appearance. There's no need to worry. By the time they find this place, it'll be too late. Archbishop Lucas smiled. Begin the process. Inform me if there are any problems. Yes, Your Holiness. In one moment he was supervising the cadets, and in the next moment, he was attacked by several dozen people. Clank. Professor Thorne Whisper deflected the blow using a thin sword. Despite that, the blow was rather heavy and he took several steps back. You, who are you? He looked around him. He was in the middle of a forest, surrounded by a couple dozen people dressed in white. His expression grew tense at the sight of them. They were strong. Not individually, but together. They even made him, a Tier 5 individual, struggle. Russell, his question was met with nothing but silence as they continued to approach him. The professor's expression changed at the sight, and just as he was about to attack, he stopped himself. This isn't what I'm supposed to do. He had other priorities, like finding the cadets and members of the Empire. He couldn't let such talented kids die. Once I find them. The professor glared at the people in white. Then, bringing his sword forward, he channeled all the mana within his body and charged forward. Huep, a glow manifested around his sword as he rushed ahead. The mana surrounding him grew dense, his eyes turning bloodshot as his muscles tensed with an almost unbearable strain. Slicing down, the air split. Alongside the ground, bang! A terrifying explosion shattered the silence, sending dust billowing into the air and obstructing his vision. Thrusting his hand forward, he swept it to the side, carving a brief, tenuous path of sight through the thick, swirling haze. That was when he caught sight of two people. They stood still while staring at him. It was as if his actions meant nothing to them. And it truly did mean nothing, as even as their heads were sliced off, they did nothing but stare at him. Running past them, the professor continued to head deeper and deeper into the forest. As he did, he released several pulses of mana. His main priority was currently finding the members he was in charge of. However, something is blocking my perception. To his frustration, the mana pulse barely reached a few meters before scattering. The professor clenched his teeth at the realization. Looking around, he tried again, but the results were the same. Nothing. The mana would stop just a few meters after he sent it away. Feeling his heart dropped, the professor clenched his teeth and took out a small orb from his pocket. I didn't want to use it, but he stared at it with frustration before shattering it in his hand. I have no choice. Whoa! I awoke with a start. Ha! Ha! My entire body felt cold, and my breath was heavy. I could feel the sound of my heart pounding in my mind, beating louder and louder by the second. What's, yuck? My head throbbed. At the same time, I felt something cold run down my body. It was both warm and cold. It would alternate between the two. I wasn't sure what it was. Was death supposed to feel like this? Or at least, that was what I thought until I found myself opening up my eyes. A weird sound came out of my mouth as I did. How am I still alive? It didn't make sense. The last memories I could recall were the last moments before my passing. The exchange with my brother, the lingering scent in the room, and the bittersweet, yet smoky taste of the whiskey coming down my throat. How is this possible? As my vision cleared up, I tried to make out my surroundings. It was an unfamiliar setting, nothing like I'd ever seen before. I was in what looked like a stone room. It was empty, and the only sound I could hear was the sound of my own breath. What's going on? My head continued to throb. I was confused. I didn't understand what was going on. In one moment I was dead, and in the next, I found myself waking up in an empty stone room. Is this what hell feels like? Because it feels like shit. Holding onto my chest, I coughed several times. I felt the pain that was gripping my chest and knew that this was real, that I wasn't dead, and that I was still alive. But how? How was this possible? Cough. I coughed again, gripping my clothes tightly. I looked down at my hand. It was a lot more muscular than I last remembered. No, it's way more muscular. Because of my cancer, my muscles had all degraded. I had been just skin and bones. And yet, helping myself up, I felt energized. I could move freely, and I didn't feel weak. What's going on? I started to touch my face. But I saw no point in it. After a while, I couldn't tell the difference. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. All sorts of possibilities ran through my mind. In the end, the only conclusion I could come up with was, an experiment. I had been put under some sort of experiment that cured me of my cancer. Yes, it has to be that. It was the only explanation. Looking around, my gaze fell on a stone door and I moved towards it. Bang, bang. I banged on the door. Let me out. I'm awake. Let me out. And yet, regardless of how much I banged on the stone door, it refused to budge. Bang, bang. Let me out. Let me out. I continued to scream, but nothing. No response. Just what sort of bang, bang, bang. Let me out. I continued to bang at the door. I banged and banged and banged, and yet, regardless of how hard I tried, no one came. Even as my hands started to feel numb, I continued to bang. But nothing. Let me out. Bang. Ha, ha, ah, ha. Gradually, the energy started to leave my body. I hardly had any energy left to punch the wall, and I slowly started to fall to my knees. Ha, ha. My vision was blurry and droplets of sweat dripped down from the side of my face. What is going on? I could hardly make sense of the situation. In one moment I was dead, and in the next moment, I was alive again, but stuck inside of a room. Maybe they'll come soon. Leaning back against the door, I caught my breath as I looked towards the ceiling of the room. As my chest heaved up and down repeatedly, I felt a certain sting coming from my left hand. Ah! My expression twisted the moment I looked down. Attached to my arm was a vial containing a blood-red liquid. It punctured directly into my vein, and I could feel a slight pulse as the ominous substance flowed into my bloodstream. Ha! Ha! Because of my panic, I hadn't noticed it before. However, staring at it right now, I could feel my breath increasing. I thought about removing the liquid, but thinking about how I was still alive, I hesitated. What if this was the liquid that had cured me of my cancer? If that were the case, would I die if I were to remove it? I ruffled my hair into a mess. Brother. At the same time, I started to have thoughts about my brother. How was he? How long since I had been incapacitated? Did he agree to all of this? I felt my head throb fiercely with each new thought that I had. But that didn't last for long. Rumble, rumble. The room shook, and when I turned my head, my eyes lit up. The door. It was finally opening. Chapter 225. The Celestial Chorus. 2. The doors rumbled, slowly revealing hints of light from beneath, casting long, wavering shadows across the room. I stood still, my heart pounding, watching the doors with a mix of dread and anticipation. Finally, I was going to uncover the truth. What kind of experiment they had performed on me, and where my brother was. The answers were just before me. My heart pounded loudly within my mind. Rumble. The doors continued to open, and the light turned more blinding. I had to squint my eyes due to how bright the light was. My heart drummed with anxiety, and my entire body started to tingle. Clank. The door finally opened and I covered my eyes with my forearm. Finally, I spoke, trying my best to look ahead. I could see a silhouette dressed in white. I couldn't quite make out their features, and I tried to speak with them. What's going on? Can you tell me what? Bang. My words were cut short by a sudden blow to the face. It forced my face to the side, and I staggered several steps back. In shock, I covered my cheek and I felt my heart drop. No, why would a doctor do this? What sort of, I felt a hand grasp my hair, pushing me forward. I tried to resist, digging my nails into the hand that was grasping my hair. But it was futile. As if the hand was made out of steel, my nails failed to dig into them and I was helplessly carried forward. Let go of me. What are you doing? I screamed and thrashed around, but that appeared to do nothing. Rather, it only made the one carrying me angrier. Bang! I felt a powerful blow land directly on the side of my face. It was a quick and precise blow that stunned me. I felt my breath leave my body as my knees started to hurt due to them being dragged across the ground. What sort of situation is this? I thought about struggling again, but I gave up on the thought. From how easily I had been overpowered, I knew that the one doing this was far stronger than me. I thought about conserving my energy for later when I had a better understanding of my situation. But, it was really hard for me to remain still. Something heavy pressed against my chest, making it hard to breathe. My eyes started to water as my hair was ripped from my scalp by the brutal strength of the grip. I had to grit my teeth in an attempt to stop myself from screaming. Thankfully, I didn't have to suffer like this for very long. It wasn't long before I felt like we had arrived at a certain area, and my body was thrust forward. Falling to the ground, I didn't even have time to groan in pain. Holding onto my chest, I coughed several times before looking up in the general direction of the one who had thrown me. But much to my shock, the person was long gone. Wait. I looked around in panic. And just as I did, my eyes widened at the realization that I wasn't the only one present in the room. There were several others, and they were all looking at me with frowns. I swallowed my saliva and remained still. They look young. About late teens, but nonetheless, they all looked younger than me. Their appearances were disheveled, hair scattered across their faces. However, with just a glance, I could tell that they were all rather good-looking beneath the mess. It was odd because I didn't think I was handsome. I was average, perhaps above average. From that, I could tell that they weren't kidnapping people based on age and appearance. Or maybe they were. Looking around, they all appeared to be the same age. I felt like I stuck out like a sore thumb. The way that they looked at me also gave me the impression that I wasn't quite welcome. Is it just me, or is the atmosphere extremely tense? It was hard to describe, but they all looked at each other with wariness, as if they were afraid they'd get attacked by each other. I stared at the scene and moved towards a more secluded corner of the area. Looking around, it was just like the stone chamber I had been in. There were no decorations, and it was just a large room with nothing in sight. Leaning back against the wall, I slid down and took a deep breath. I need to figure out what's going on. My first thought was to ask the other people present, but chose against it, especially with the way some of them were looking at me. It was almost as though they wanted to kill me. But why? This was the first time that I had ever seen them in my life. Why were they looking at me like that? It was as though I had killed them or something. Ridiculous. There was no way such a thing happened. As if I was capable of killing someone. It looks like everyone is here. My thoughts were abruptly cut off by a soft and calming voice that seemed soothing to the ear. Or at least, that was the first impression that I received. However, for some reason, the moment the voice echoed, every hair on my body stood on end. My head snapped toward the source of the sound. Standing in the middle of the room was a man garbed in white. A priest? His clothes looked like that of a priest. But the moment my eyes locked onto his, I felt my heart freeze. They were white, completely white. There's no need to be so alarmed. The man walked around the space with calm and even steps. Everyone present looked at the man with wariness as they slowly stood up and prepared to attack him. In particular, a few people stood out. A boy with grey eyes, a girl with red hair, a girl with platinum hair, and a girl with purple hair. There was something about them that stood out to me. But what exactly? As of right now, they were all standing while glaring at the man in white. They appeared to be getting ready to attack him. I couldn't blame them. Everyone present was put into this situation without their knowledge. They probably wanted answers. I wanted them too. Now, the man looked around, his eyes pausing on the few that stood up and prepared to attack him. It looks like there's a few unruly ones. Suddenly, he came to a stop. The room fell into a strange silence as the heavy grew strangely tense. Just as I was wondering about what was going on, the man raised his hand and slashed down. Lord, please bestow judgment. PFTT, PFTT. The following scene struck deeply in my mind as I found every muscle in my body stiffening. Ha, ha. Ha! My breath grew extremely heavy, and I found myself moving back. What? I almost wanted to scream, but just barely held myself back. Instead, I felt my stomach churn as something started to rise from deep within my stomach. I held onto my mouth and hunched over. It took every little bit of my willpower to stop myself from puking on the spot. But that became harder as a pool of red slowly started to approach me. Looking down, I gagged as I raised my head slightly to see several heads rolling on the ground. My stomach churned at the sight, and I hastily covered my mouth again as liquid started to drip down from the narrow gaps of my fingers. I felt something press against my stomach, and I found myself unable to breathe. A strange and suffocating feeling started to take over my mind as my hands started to tremble. What's going on? What is happening? Did he just kill them? How? I continued to scream within my mind. Questions continuously flooded it, making it hard to keep my composure. But that composure soon shattered as I managed to catch a glimpse of my face under the pool of red that was beneath me. It felt as though something had gripped my heart and squeezed it raw. My heart froze, and I lost my breath. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a face that was completely unfamiliar to me. With trembling hands, I started to touch my face. I touched it and touched it, and touched. I pulled my cheeks, ears, and nose. I wanted to make sure that it was fake, but seeing the reflection copy my movements, my mind started to grow blank. Impossible. How could this be? I covered my head and leaned back against the wall. I no longer minded the blood beneath me as I let it stain my clothes. My thoughts, they were gone. I could hardly think as I felt my mind grow blank. Just what in the world is going on? Our God does not forgive the disobedient. A soothing and calming voice echoed in the air. There was a certain magnetism to the voice that dragged my eyes forward, towards where the man in white stood. He looked indifferent to the heads scattered around the floor, almost as if they were mere decorations to him. As his gaze swept the room, I felt my blood freeze the moment our eyes locked. Thankfully, his gaze carried away after a few seconds. Taking in the expressions of those within the room, he smiled kindly, or at least, tried to. But to me, that smile, it looked like the smile of a demon. Please don't look at me like that. Although our God does not forgive the disobedient, it doesn't mean he isn't forgiving. He raised his hand and snapped his finger. Without warning, the vials attached to the arms of the lifeless bodies on the floor began to pulse with a sickly glow. The liquid inside them, once placid, started to drain away. Moments ago, they had been 3/4 full. Now they were only half filled. A chilling silence descended as the liquid receded into the bodies of the dead. A shocking scene took place shortly after as my eyes widened. The bodies began to twitch, and in a sickening reversal, the blood pooled on the floor and flowed back into their veins. A grotesque transformation followed, with lumps of flesh bubbling and contorting over the severed necks, slowly forming horrific approximations of heads. I stared at the scene, my eyes widening in terror. Within seconds, the outlines of heads began to materialize from the bloody blobs, their forms becoming disturbingly clear with each passing second. The room felt suffocating, as if the air itself was thickening with dread. Bar, thump, bar, thump. Every heartbeat echoed like a drumbeat in the silence, each pulse amplifying the horror unfolding before me. I almost stood up from the shock. The same was true for the others who looked at the scene with pale faces. Soon, breath started to return to the dead, and the man in white looked around. This is the blood of a god. Death is but a mere triviality under its power. So long as the blood is injected into your body, it will be able to revive you infinitely. Bringing his bony hand forward, he exposed one of the vials attached to the arms of the lifeless bodies strewn around the room. The glass container pulsed with an eerie light, the liquid inside swirling as if alive. Rejoice! The man shouted. All of you have been granted the honor of having the blood of a god infused in you. However, narrowing his eyes, the man's eyes fell on the veils of the people who had died. The quantity is finite. You make too many mistakes, and, he stopped, but his words were clear. Death. True death. Such was the consequence of making too many mistakes.